want to thank everyone for joining us. Just a couple things to read before we get started. Of course, once I find it. No. Not it either.
Last page of the agenda. Easy.
Thank you. Thought I found it last time. Oh, here we go. Please note, in response to the recent resurgence of coronavirus cases in the council and continuing concerns of the government of California and the public health officer about potential community spread of the virus resulting from prolonged indoor gatherings, the city has suspended conducting in-person city council meetings in order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus and pursuant to the provisions of the governor's executive order N-29-20, which suspended certain requirements of the Brown Act. If you are joining us by Zoom, we will ask during each public comment period and then the overall public comment for the meeting that you go ahead and raise your hand, which is a function on the iPad. It's in the upper kind of right-hand corner in the More section. On your computer, I think it's its own button. If you are just calling in on your phone, you will push *9 to indicate that you would like to raise your hand. The link for this Zoom meeting can be found embedded in the agenda, which is located on our City of Cloverdale website. If ever you would like to provide public comment or any sort of correspondence to the council, you may do so through our city clerk, whose email is also embedded in the city agenda. And we will do our best to read your public comments live. And at the very least, they will be communicated to the entire council and committed to the minutes of the meeting. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. If I could have a call to order, please, Irene.
Yes, Councilmember.
Oh, sorry, a roll call. Forgive me.
Councilmember Bagsby.
Present.
Councilmember Lamb.
Present.
Councilmember Wolter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
Present.
And Mayor Turner.
Here. And if you all would join me, I will go ahead and lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we will go to a report out of closed session. Jose, could you please offer any report out?
Yes, Mayor. The council considered a couple items today under closed session, an existing litigation matter and a matter related to property negotiations. No reportable action was taken. Staff was given direction.
Thank you. And I'd like to take this moment to welcome back our city attorney, Jose Sanchez. Really appreciated the help you sent us at our last meeting and happy to have you back, sir. Any conflict of interest declarations for tonight's meeting? Hearing none. Agenda review. City staff or council, anything we want to move or delete? Hearing none. That will, oh, go ahead, David. Sorry about that.
Staff has no recommended changes to the agenda tonight, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Appreciate it always. Next, we'll move into public comment. This is for items not currently on the agenda. I just want to call that out real quick. Any person wishing to speak to the city council on any item not listed on the agenda may do so at this time. Members of the public have the right to speak on any item on the council agenda during that item. So if there's something on the agenda that you wanted to make sure you spoke to, when we get to that item, I will make sure to open up public comment and you'll be able to give comment then. But should you have something you'd wish to share that's not currently on tonight's agenda, tonight or right now is your time, I'll go ahead and open that up. As I mentioned before, there is a raised hand function on the Zoom application, or *9 if you have just dialed in. And please remember that pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. So with that, Irene, is there anyone who'd like to offer us public comment today?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
All right. I'll give that just a couple more heartbeats if you don't mind taking a peek, and I'll close public comment.
I'm sorry. Yes, one hand popped up.
Excellent. By all means.
Let's see. So we have a caller with phone number ending in 0363.
All right. Whenever you're ready, if you don't mind, you don't have to overly identify yourself, but it'd be helpful to know who we're speaking with just a little bit.
Again, that's caller ending in starting 415, ending in 363. You have been unmuted.
Is there a like a number sequence you have to push to unmute, Irene? Because I still show the phone with the line through it on my side.
Right.
Can they hit star 9?
You should be able to. And I'm asking them to unmute, so they should have a prompt.
Okay.
Let's try this.
There we go. I can hear you.
Oh, it gave me a prompt. Okay, star 6. All right, thank you. My name.
And then do you mind giving us a first name for the record? I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
I hope you can hear me. My name is Patricia.
Thank you, Patricia.
Ah, great.
So whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, I've moved here. I'm a native of Marin and Sonoma, but I just moved to Cloverdale, which I adore. And everyone who has welcomed me has said this is a wonderful place to live. The deacon at the church, the manager here at the apartments, the people I've met around town. And I really think it is a fantastic place. And I wanted to put this before you guys as a really golden opportunity for the town to have a wonderful green, keep the wonderful green sanctuary down near Pix, the community garden. I see people there, very nice, informal, casual gatherings with young people, families. Everybody who walks by glances over and sees what's going on. And it's like, got that old fencing there, and it's like a sanctuary in the downtown, which is a pretty hardscape. And I just want to whatever I can say to help people see what an asset it is to the downtown area. It links all the landscaping together. It provides a breath of fresh air to the whole downtown. It provides an informal kind of yielding space with history and deep, rich soil and a lot of love and soul. And that's, I think, the beauty of Cloverdale is that it's got soul and it's somehow maintained its own integrity and dignity and its roots. And I think that some creative way, the way it is now is really good because people come and go and work on their gardens, and there's a sort of proprietary quality that people care about it. So people are respectful when they come and walk their kids through the garden and look at the crazy looking poppies and the yarrow and the tamarisk tree and the deep rooted oak tree there. And there's a big redwood tree, and the whole thing is such a sanctuary for a very high density area where at downtown where there is no park except for that. And I would be happy to put my shoulder to the wheel, small as it is, to encourage and help us save that place for future generations. It's a legacy. It really is a golden, amazing opportunity to secure this beautiful park-like place. Park, it is a park. People treat it as a park very respectfully. It's an entrance to the downtown. It's a cool drink of water and hot sun. Some way to save that place for future generations. And I'd be really willing to help any way I can. I know Cloverdale, someone when I first moved here said, well, we do everything ourselves because we know no one else is going to do it. And it's like, I feel as though, you know, the city has a unique opportunity to hold the vision of Cloverdale and the history of Cloverdale. So that's all I wanted to say. You know, and I hope that something can work out, that some kind of, you know, commission or whatever to approach the owners and work out a 100-year lease or something. I don't know, whatever might work, or donations from people, maybe names on a plaque, or sponsorship by people that have an interest in maintaining the quality of life here in Cloverdale and the identity of this town, of the city.
Well, thank you, Patricia. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. I kind of took a deep breath and decided to just do it because time is of the essence. And before long, there'll probably be bulldozers down there and people will be going, what happened? What's going on?
Yeah.
How could we have let this disappear?
Thank you. And we appreciate your public comment. As I mentioned, we can't really deliberate on your requests at this time, but I do know that our Chamber of Commerce has taken up an effort in order to possibly identify potential locations to keep the community garden. And if you're comfortable sharing your full name, we might be able to ensure that you're included on all the updates that might come out in regards to that.
No other hands.
Nope, I think we lost her. Sorry. Okay, great. So that was Patricia. If anybody happens to know Patricia and wants to make sure she gets updates, we'll make sure to do that. Okay. Go ahead and close public comment at this time. Move into proclamations and presentations. And first on the list is our student liaison report. So I'm happy to turn it over to Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so with regards to all council members and others, currently in Cloverdale High School, some sports are still ongoing, like track and baseball. Moreover, this week is Spirit Week, where students wear certain items like today, which is Plaid Day, where you could wear a plaid shirt or a headband or whichever item. Moreover, students taking AP classes like me, which are college level classes, will be taking their AP exam soon. Depending on the subject, most will be taken in the coming month. The yearbook, commonly known as the Advanced Photography class, is working hard to finish this year's 2021 yearbook. Additionally, as you all may know by now, we are on a hybrid schedule, which means that every other day, half the students are in class and others are in Zoom at home. This system was a little rocky for teachers initially, but now, as they say, it's the best of both worlds. Teachers try to incorporate Zoom students with people in school when doing activities and participate in class. Overall, students are more than halfway done with school. Seniors will be graduating soon, which means students need to return their books, textbooks, and other materials sooner rather than later. That will be all.
Excellent. Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions or comments from council or staff? Marta or Vice Mayor Cruz, please.
Yes, Jennifer, I want to take this opportunity to request that you reach out to the counselor for the high school, because there are some scholarships available for high school students graduating this year. And there has been a lack of applications. So if perhaps you could talk to the counselor and also reach out to many of your fellow students to make them aware that there are some opportunities for scholarships here in town. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate your comment. Yeah, a counselor has posted like the scholarship in her Google Classroom site, and yeah, in social media about that. Thank you.
Okay. I think I caught a lot of that. So just working through social media and working with the counselor in that regard. So thank you for that update, Jennifer. And as I mentioned before, always incredibly value your input, but know there's a lot on your plate. So if ever there's a point this evening that you need to sign off and take care of things at home, please, you have our support in that. All right. Moving us along to our next item, we have a proclamation declaring April 11th through 17th, 2021 as National Public Safety Telecommuters Week. And I'm going to do my best to read this without stumbling all over my words. So here we go. City Council proclamation declaring April 11th through 17th, 2021 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services. And whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Cloverdale Emergency Communications Center, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the City of Cloverdale have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Jason Turner of the City of Cloverdale, declares the week of April 11th through 17th, 2021 to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Cloverdale, and further extend our appreciation to our dispatchers Caitlin Jensen, Tammy Lemley, Michael Newhall, Carolyn Peterson, Lori Smith, Darlene Stratton, and Police Technical Services Manager Linda Webb, whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Presented this day, April 28th, 2021. And as I commented briefly at the onset of our previous meeting, I've had a personal experience, not necessarily with our Cloverdale dispatchers, but people of a similar industry. And I was the first upon an accident and really didn't know where I was. And their ability to remain calm and ask the right questions, having me look for recognizable landmarks and what was the last place I remember seeing, contributed to the timely arrival of emergency services, despite my very lack of knowledge on where the incident had taken place. And having done 2 ride-alongs in the City of Cloverdale, to see the multitasking ability and ability to ask the right questions and remain calm under otherwise really stressful circumstances, I continue to be immensely proud of the team that we have supporting us here in Cloverdale. And before I turn it over to everybody, Chief, may I offer you a few moments to offer any additional comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you recognizing him. I know we brought this up at the last council meeting and we had a little bit more detail in there, but I just want to say again, I appreciate you recognizing them. It's well deserved. Oftentimes they're not, they go unnoticed because they're not out in the street. And I brought that up before, and it's really important that they do get the recognition for the numerous amounts of calls they take every year. And they're here 24/7, 365 days a year. So it's quite a job, but they deserve the recognition and I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. City staff, council members, anybody like to offer any comment at this time? Okay, we'll go. I put myself on mute to start talking. Sorry about that. We'll go ahead and move on to the next one, which is a City Council Proclamation declaring May 2nd through 8th, 2021 as Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world and serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk is the earliest established public service and provides the professional link between citizens, local governing bodies, and other government agencies. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Jason Turner of the City of Cloverdale, declare the week of May 2nd through 8th, 2021 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend our appreciation to our municipal clerk, Irene Camacho Werby, her future staff, and to all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Presented this day, April 28th, 2021. Now, I don't want to steal David's thunder. I mean, I could go on and on about how valuable and how just amazing that I find Irene. It's the littlest things that allow me to appear like I know what I am doing. And it is Irene that I have to thank for that amongst all the city staff who put together an amazing report. But before I drag on, Mr. Kelly, is there anything you'd like to offer at this time?
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, to speak to our city clerk. And, you know, I just want to say, just very much like our dispatch team, who are the first responders and often work behind the scenes, our city clerk works tirelessly in preparing agendas and getting ready for not only council meetings, but subcommittee meetings, as well as a whole host of other meetings. Our clerk is overseeing and providing clerk services to the Mayor and Council Members Association. So she's working with 8 other cities in the county this current year as we serve as the chair. And it's a really tremendous amount of work. She's been doing it without a deputy, without assistant, and she's taken it on like a champion, and it is really, as I'll say it, she's the first responder in the city manager's office, and bringing forward, you know, what's so important and goes unnoticed, ensuring that we comply with a host of rules and regulations. And it's really heartfelt that I want to say thank you, Irene, for the work you do for not only the city council, but the senior staff and the entire city team. So thank you, Irene, and congratulations. I'm glad you chose a career as a city clerk. It's a great career, and I wish you continued success and look forward to continue working with you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Thompson?
Really quick, she also helped us with the Planning Commission. So she does all the work for that too. So thank you very much, Irene.
That's awesome. Councilmember Walter, please.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Mayor, last year I sat in your seat as the mayor of the city, and I don't know what I would have done without Irene being there. You know, she just jumped in when she first came to work for the city and just has done an excellent job. And Irene, thank you. Mr. Mayor, before I go though, while I have the mic, if I could just back up to the last proclamation that you did, and I apologize for not coming forward and recognizing our public safety dispatchers and the wonderful job that they do. Today, Cindy and I were going out of the house, and my 94-year-old, 95-year-old mother-in-law has one of these help I fall down things around her neck. And Cindy just wanted to make sure it worked. I'm number 2. Number 1 is the dispatchers. Cindy accidentally pushed 911. They answered the phone. Cindy immediately hung up. They called back to make sure it was all right. Everything was fine. And about 10 seconds later, there was a police officer at the door. So, I just can't say enough for the way that system works. So Chief, you also have to be commended for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Walter. Vice Mayor Cruz?
Yes, I was just commenting yesterday what a resource Irene is to all of us. And I want to make this public because, yes, she does make all of us look very good. And she keeps us in line, provides us with copies of things we've lost, dates, etc. And I really thank you for keeping a level head when we're sometimes a bit too spread around. And again, also commendation to the chief and all of the staff. I was not allowed into the police station the other day, but I understand. And I appreciate very much that we are following protocol. Thank you.
Awesome. Councilmember Bagby.
Yeah, I just want to definitely call out the dispatchers and our city clerk. I mean, these are really unprecedented times, during the pandemic, especially, let's not forget that Irene ran ran our election during a pandemic with, nobody had experience doing that, and she made it look easy. And of course, our dispatchers have been there during a very difficult time for our community during the pandemic, and being the first probably calm voice that they hear when they need them. And I just want to thank them and recognize them for all of their hard work. They're exemplary in kind of whatever normal is, because I kind of forgot what that is, but in the past year they've really been a lifeline to council members, to staff and members in the community. And I just really want to give you my gratitude and my thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Bagby, and which was by design. I can say, what more can I say, Irene? You are absolutely amazing. I hope you take to heart the sentiment that was provided to you this evening. It is absolutely shared by, I think I can safely say, all of us. And your continued efforts to work in a short staff scenario are not unnoticed. And we just really applaud your high level of work ethic and the attitude that you bring to the role. So thank you for everything. And what we'll do now is we're going to shift gears here a little bit, and we're going to get a presentation. I believe our Cloverdale Fire Chief, Jason Jenkins, will be joining us this evening, and he's going to give us a presentation on fire safe practices. So he was letting me know he was having some slight issues with his computer, so I'll kind of give him a few moments to get on here and get settled. And then Mr. Kelly, if you want to just kind of give a high level, what got us to where we are today, and we'll let Jason take it away from there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce Fire Chief Jason Jenkins. Chief has been integral and as part of our public safety preparedness team here in Cloverdale. Of course, the chief oversees an independent district, but we do work collaboratively with the chief on our initiatives, particularly our weed abatement and vegetation management program. And I know Chief Jenkins is going to talk a little bit about that. We obviously value our partnership and our relationship with the fire district. And we asked Chief to prepare an update on fire safe practices for the upcoming fire season, so that it could help inform and keep the community informed and keep the council informed on the status of activities of our fire district.
All right, Chief and Council, can you hear me? It's Chief Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for having me, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk here about some fire safety issues facing the Cloverdale, city and region. First off, I'll give you a little overview of the district, just so we can have a refresher. We're a fire district, and we are partnered with Geyserville and operating under a JPA, which is known as North County Fire. Under our response, we provide service to the city limits of Cloverdale, beyond the traditional fire district of Cloverdale, which was 78 square miles, And now in our partnership, we serve over 350 square miles. And we've really done this, for about 10 years. And it's kind of a building relationship to better serve the North County and have, standardized response and SOPs and such. So we respond to all types of calls, all hazard, from Hillsburg all the way up to Hopland to the geysers, and out to Yorkville for like initial response, rescues, and fires. We are a combination district in that we have career paid staff, and we also have volunteers and support services members, Explore program, and partner with COPE and CERT programs in the district. We respond to about 2,000 emergency calls in the district a year. So it's pretty busy for what we do. When we look at fires specifically, which is really the focus of everyone's attention since 2017, we've had many years of kind of calm fire seasons, affecting Sonoma County until then. We have some areas of concerns that are specific, to the Cloverdale area. And what those are is really those north and east winds. Those really are what drive historic, large wind-driven fires. And for us, what would concern me is a fire that obviously starts in the geysers, a fire that starts up in Pine Mountain, maybe Highway 128, or up by the county line along 101 under a wind event. That would be a very concerning, troubling fire to deal with. Wind-driven fires are really what the concerns are that supersede any topography or weather or red flag day. Wind is really the concern that gets us, on focus and up staffing and do a lot of things that we do. For the most part, I would say fire departments in California are extremely effective of dealing with fires with less than 20-mile-an-hour winds. When we start getting 30, 40-mile-an-hours, that becomes incredibly difficult. We lose aircraft, we lose our ability to function and fight fires and deal with perimeter control, and then it turns into rescue mode and getting people out of harm's way until those winds subside. So another issue for Cloverdale is human-caused fires. Most of our fires are human-caused, and so trying to continue to educate people on what those risks are is always a concern. And then we have the concern of lightning. When we get a lightning storm come in, you could have hundreds of lightning strikes, and trying to be able to identify where those are and jump on those quick before they turn into things like the Wallbridge fire. For reference, you can see the slide now, which is a map. We're going to talk a little bit about the SRA, state responsibility area, and some of the things that the district does. In the map, if you will, the white dotted area is the city limits. The white area just west or east of Cloverdale and east of the river, that's what's known as like the local responsibility area for fires. So that is really falls under the jurisdiction of the fire district for fire investigation and fires. So we would have the city limits and that LRA, which is white. And then the SRA, which is the red portions on both sides of town, is SRA, which is state responsibility area. And so that's where CAL FIRE has jurisdiction for inspections and enforcement and fire investigation there. And then the yellow areas are also SRA, but those areas have been identified as less of a fire concern. Just a little bit for the orientation. As far as fire safety inspections, the fire district partners with agencies to inspect, educate, and ready the North County on fire safety and preparedness. For inspections, it's done based upon responsibility on the jurisdiction and who has that primary mission. The fire district conducts the weed abatement inspections programs with the city. We usually start that every May, and we do inspections for all parcels that have, weed abatement issues that are identified in the city. And that program's been very, very effective. I think we've only had one property that we've abated over the many years. We usually end up getting compliance. So overall, the program's very successful. We also inspect multifamily dwellings annually, and then semi-annually, we try to get into the businesses for just regular safety check of business inspections as well. CAL FIRE conducts inspections in that SRA area outside of the city. areas along River Road and Palomino Lakes in Preston. And the County of Sonoma also contracts with the fire district to inspect that local area outside the city. That's a new program that's been implemented. We started some of that last year and we'll continue that this year. So the order for this year is we'll start with the city's weed abatement program and get those inspections, the first round complete and get that underway. And then we'll roll right into inspections of the LRA area while the CAL FIRE's inspecting SRA areas. Now, with all that said, there's obviously a lot of areas of partnership and overlap where we help each other, we deal with problem parcels and whatnot. So it really is a partnership with all the jurisdictions to get a lot of this work done. The weed abatement program, like I said, is that partnership within the city. We do those inspections in May. We try to have that conclude no later than June 15th. For the most part, that schedule works pretty well. But on years where we have significant rain, we have to push back and push that back a bit because grass is still green and growing rampantly. And so we could push this back as far as July, but that's pretty rare. And then on seasons or years where it's really dry, we try to start that right at the beginning of May to make sure everything is down, where if we had to abate a property, that would be done by early July. Property's not abated. We do multiple inspections. We sent comply letters. And if they fail to do that, the city will abate the property and put a lien on their property for payment. Here's kind of a picture of a classic weed abatement parcel that would trigger our program. So one thing to kind of mention with the weed abatement program is that it's a weed abatement program. It's not a neighbor dispute program. And so a lot of the times we'll get complaints of, small little areas where a tree limb's on my fence or it's over my yard or they have a few weeds on the property. And that really is not directed at what this program targets. It's targeted areas that if there was a fire would generate high BTUs and become a significant fire threat. So our guys are really good at differentiating what is, kind of a complaint versus a legitimate hazard. We kind of covered this. The state responsibility areas, those parcels outside, CAL FIRE is really good at dealing with these parcels. They inspect it for, vegetation clearance that we see the CAL FIRE signs and distances from homes and all that. And then we also give them a hand and inspect areas as well, just to make sure those high targeted areas are done each year. What can we expect for 2021? Drier than normal rainy season so far with at least 50% less rainfall. So obviously that's concerning. A day like today, a little breezy, dries things out. So we'll see increased initial attack for fires. We'll see little fires start popping up with possibly escape control burns or things develop a little sooner than last year. We could have significant potential for a large fire. This says April to June, and this is coming from the Weather Service. I don't know if April is much believable. We're almost out of April. I think we're getting close, but I'm not quite there yet to say, we're going to have an ability to have a large fire unless we have those winds, right? I think we will have significant fire potential in upper elevations in July. Just those heavier vegetation fuels didn't get the recovery that we were hoping they would get. But with all that, they're predicting that we'll have lower temperatures and increased marine layer for the first few months of summer, which could be really good. That could lessen the burn period each day, where you have that lower humidity and the fuels, become more dry. So, in my opinion, since Tubbs, the community, the state is heavily engaged and rightfully so. And so it kind of feels like we have 3,000 fire chiefs at times. And it's my kind of job to bring a little bit of calm to what we're really dealing with. And in my opinion, we can always have a fast moving wildland fire occur in a community like Cloverdale. My concern isn't so much for the west side, just based upon slope and fuel continuity and the shading that it gets over there. My real issue is threat is a fire moving from the east side and coming into the community. We do have some good buffers that can help us, with the river, with vineyards, with some distance there. But we all know fire can travel distance, right? So we just need to be ready and always prepared for kind of the worst case scenario. What it means, I think we need to remember that the cause for alarm, we'll do our best to keep you informed, the public informed, to when it's, red flag conditions, when winds are high, to evacuate early, those types of things. I think the county has done a great job in moving forward to do a much better job, let's say, than 2017. But I think what's really important is my kind of, push to the community is, take a breath, stay calm, make good decisions. When there's high winds, that's when we need to be really ready, be cognizant, and remain calm. There's a lot of good resources out there through CAL FIRE, the Ready, Set, Go website, a lot of stuff for home hardening clearances that we should have, Fire Safe Sonoma and Sonoma County emergency.org. Make sure everybody has, Nixle and SoCo Alert in their cell phones. And, if Cloverdale is impacted at some point in time with a major fire, it's just important to remain calm, help your neighbor, be prepared, and evacuate in a nice, calmly order. I think Cloverdale could do a really good job. And we just saw this in Santa Rosa this last year with the glass fire, is we evacuated Oakmont in a massive area of Santa Rosa very efficiently. And it worked really, really well. And with a very fast moving wildland fire that had potential to really devastate Santa Rosa again, we only lost a few structures. So that was a little bit of success from some of the lessons learned in 2017. And also the community doing their part in heeding those early warnings, making good decisions, evacuating, and fire engines could be where they needed to be, is at the fire line, and not dealing with people in evacuation. So that was just one of the lessons learned there. That kind of concludes just a high level overview of what we're doing. The district is preparing, training regularly, purchasing new equipment, getting ready for a potentially long fire season. But what they say in the fire service is every fire season is the worst fire season. We just always say that, so we always prepare. And so we are ready. And, a lot of people want to put a ton of science into, what's happening with a drought or this or that. It's a little bit of a factor, but the real issue is, what do the winds do? So that concludes my portion, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate you coming on with that presentation. I know I always personally get a lot of comfort from our dialogues, and found just the same in 2019 or 20, I guess it was the last time we had to really dive into this when Santa Rosa went through it. But before I turn it over to the council, I'm going to exercise being mayor and just ask a couple things right off the bat, and just say, do you and Chief Ferguson mind commenting just a little bit on the partnership that you guys have developed in regards to Nixle? And the reason I bring it up is there was a bit of what some folks may describe as evacuation confusion when two different Nixles came out last year during the fire event. And that partnership between you and Ferguson is really what cleared a lot of that information up. What steps have you guys taken since then?
Well, yeah, that's a good point to bring that up. That was great. Chief Ferguson reached out to me and said, hey, are you aware? It looks like we're going to launch and do an evacuation for the entire city. And I'm so grateful that he reached out real quick to take a few minutes and gather my intel, because I was able to put the brakes on that. It's like I just left the command post, and that was not the plan. So it's like, okay, if there's a curveball, let's just flush it out real quick and make sure it's accurate. And so we were able to do that. We had a quick dialogue. Chief and I wanted to lean aggressive, but we didn't want to evacuate a city that really wasn't necessary. And that day was an expected wind shift, southerly winds about 8 miles an hour. But in all reality, that's our typical afternoon weather pattern from the coastal push every afternoon. So from my perspective and the incident management team is like, the chances of this fire even coming down, hitting West Dry Creek Road today is not significantly high, let alone cross Dry Creek and make it the 4 more miles all the way into town. So we pushed that back to the incident management team. They said, no, it's not exactly like that. We just want to make sure that there's a potential. And so Chief Ferguson and I made the decision to do an advisory up to the area of like Dutcher Creek Road, if I remember correctly. And we did that. So I think the relationship that Chief and I have, and also with city manager to kind of make sure we're on the same page with some of these things is critically important. A lot of nixles that have gone out from 2017, it's all well intended, but the bigger the incident becomes, the more hands that message that has been created in the field by incident commanders, it goes through more people, through an EOC, through someone taking the phone call, all the way to the dispatcher who's going to launch that message. You know how things could change when a critical message goes through 12 people. So I've had some discussions with Sheriff Essick as well and trying to clean that up. So that is work in progress, but I definitely would say in the meantime, the communication link between the city and I is really effective.
Thank you, Chief. And one more question before I turn it over to everybody. In the category of humidity, so you had mentioned that there are steps that homeowners could take in order to prepare their own property. The only reason I know anything about any of this is I happen to work for a guy, and he always said, I don't use a metal bladed mower when humidity gets below, I think he said like 15% or something. I don't remember exactly. Please give us kind of the 6th grade overview of how relative humidity plays its role in not only what could create fire danger, but what also helps you in regards to humidity, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so humidity is greatly our friend. As the evening kind of cool breeze comes in, moisture gets sucked into grasses, which we call 1 hour fuels. And the more moist they are, the harder it is to catch those on fire. So we encourage people to mow early in the morning. If it's already dry in one of those days we wake up, it's going to be hot, the humidity is probably potentially already under 20%. I like using 20% because above 20% or below 20% rather, we could have fire spotting, the chance to fires to ignite quicker. You can flick a cigarette into grass, and if the humidity is high, it will not catch that on fire. So sometimes we use those factors to just evaluate how quick a fire can start. So, but the elementary level is mow early in the morning, and when you step outside, it's hot. Not a good time to be doing any yard work of any sort.
Excellent, thank you. And as a quick disclaimer, please listen to your fire chief, Jason Jenkins, about 20% and not your mayor guessing at 15. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the entire council or city staff. If you have any questions or comments for our fire chief, now is the time. Vice Mayor Cruz, please.
Yes, thank you, Chief Jenkins. I would like to know, what is the plan for the Western Hills of Cloverdale? Is there a joint effort to do some vegetation abatement in that area?
We have put in a grant application to the county that was just opened up the other day, which would include some vegetation management on the western side. But once that's done, that's going to be determined of what those priorities are through a community wildfire protection plan. And the reality of it is most of those high hazard areas are on the east side. Now there will be some areas on the west side, but it'll be access and road clearing, things like that on the west side. So we'll have to see what the science determines of what those areas are high. It won't be done by me. It'll be done with a lot of data and science that'll determine what those areas are. But I do think that there will be some vegetation management to widen roads, keep good access, and make sure that people have the appropriate distance through inspections of the clearances that are required to on the west side.
Thank you very much. Jason, you're muted.
I sure am. Sorry about that. Any other questions or comments before I open it up to the public? Or Councilmember Lands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief Jenkins, for your presentation. That was great. I have a question regarding a lot of the shrubbery and dried vegetation that's in our riverbed, because that is basically on the west side of our east side. It takes away the river and the vineyards that we would have as a buffer. And so I'm wondering if there's anything, I know that you start getting into different fish and game and environmental people who can stop you from clearing a lot of the river. However, with emergencies and droughts, is there any way that we can get some type of funding or way to clear that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've been trying to get a good answer to that. That area along those rivers can burn, as we know, and it does, unfortunately, almost every year. The issue is trying to tell through the authority of the fire department that they need to abate environmental riparian along the river. I don't have the authority to order that. So I'm trying to work with the county to see if such a program even exists. Dave Kelly and I had a conversation about this this week, and there are a lot of areas throughout the state that are facing the same issue. And I'm trying to see if the state has any ideas on what can be done. I think the best thing to do is try to reduce the human caused fires that are down there, because you can't just target one parcel of property owner, because the same hazard exists throughout the entire district of Cloverdale, from Asti there, but really it exists from Sonoma County line all the way out to Jenner, those same type of fuels that are along the river's edge or river bar. I don't know of any fire district or any county mechanism that is requiring any owners on that property to abate that. So unfortunately, I don't have a great answer at this time. It's something that I'm looking into.
And that's kind of the answer I expected, Chief, and I appreciate that you're looking into it. And if I can be of any help, let me know.
Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments for Chief Jenkins before I open it to the public? Okay, would anyone from the public like to ask our Fire Chief, Jason Jenkins, about any of the information they learned in his presentation, or any questions about fire abatement, or what his favorite color is, anything like that? Seeing no hands go up, I'll go ahead and close that out. Chief Jenkins, thank you again for taking the time to come on to our city council meeting. And really above all that, thank you so much for being a continued informational and really practical resource for our city. I continuously praise the involvement of your fire board and those who have helped put you in this position that you're in. And we just continuously thank you for your vigilance and your participation. I could go on and on, man. Thanks for the 2 fire trucks at the Christmas light judging contest, right? Just thanks for being such a part of our community. And we really appreciate you and your team for everything they do. And we hope you have a wonderful evening.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And thanks, Council.
Mayor, if I can I just make a brief comment?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry, David. Oh, you got to cut me off before I do that.
Oh, no, perfect. I just want to, as Chief Jenkins indicated, Nixle is an important community messaging service that is provided by our police department. And if we could take just a brief opportunity for the Chief Ferguson, to promote Nixle and how a member of the community who isn't already signed up might sign up, because this is again, the notification system that's going to be used in case there is, a wildfire that affects the health and safety of our community. Chief, if you can just maybe take a real brief opportunity to point folks to the resources and how to sign up for Nixle.
Yeah, certainly I can do that, David. For those of you that have cell phone devices, it's fairly simple. You simply text the word or your zip code, to 888-777, and then you opt in, and that will allow you access to Nixle. So anything the city of Cloverdale sends, you will then receive. This also offers you a function to go in and change different parameters that you want to do with your Nixle system. And I encourage you to do that when you sign up. But again, it's very simple on your electronic device. Simply text the zip code to 888-777 and opt in when prompted.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Mayor, for obliging us in the opportunity to promote Nixle. It is a community messaging service that's so vital to notifying our community of emergency events and or fire events that might be impacting our community.
Absolutely. Thank you all. And thanks again to both Jasons. I'm proud to share your name. You guys are wonderful. Thank you. And we really appreciate your presentation this evening again. And that's going to transition us a little bit into a presentation by PG&E about their community wildfire safety program. And David, I'll kind of let you introduce this item and how we got here today, and then we'll send it off to our presenter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Joining us tonight is our public affairs representative from Pacific Gas and Electric, our local utility provider of electric and gas services in our community. They would like to provide a presentation to Mayor, members of council, and our community about their community wildfire safety program. They're going to cover a number of important topics, including general safety tips, wildfire risks across the PG&E service area, some of which you heard from Chief Jenkins tonight. What's new in 2021, and particularly in terms of their customer support programs, as well as an update on what we call PSPS, or public safety power shutoffs. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Melinda Rivera, and she'll introduce members of her team who are going to provide a presentation to the council this evening. So thank you, Mayor.
All right. Good evening, City Manager Kelly, Mayor Turner, and members of City Council. Just a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, it's coming through good.
Okay, great. Well, let me go ahead and, sorry, hang on. I'm going to go ahead in just 1 second and share my screen, hopefully. All right, so can everyone see my screen? It should have a blue slide on it. Okay, great, thank you. Well, thank you again, City Manager Kelly, Mayor Turner, and the members of City Council. Appreciate your time this evening in allowing myself, Claire Hallbrook, and John Costa to provide a presentation on behalf of PG&E regarding PG&E's Community Wildfire Safety Program. We'll have a quick safety moment here. Just remind everyone in this virtual environment, wherever you might be, to please make sure that you are in a safe area, that you have exit routes identified, and we encourage everyone to follow COVID safety precautions at this time. So wildfire risks across PG&E's service area. On this slide, PG&E is sharing one of the tools that is used when assessing wildfire risk in the community. This is the Fire Threat Map of California. This map was developed by the California Public Utilities Commission in coordination with CAL FIRE and the United States Forest Service, and is based on input from electric utilities, telecommunications providers, and local public safety agencies. Nearly 1/3 of PG&E's electric lines that provide our customers with power across our service territory are now in high fire threat areas. On this slide, you can see the high fire threat map for Cloverdale. You can find this map by visiting cpuc.ca.gov/fire threat maps. Community Wildfire Safety Program. PG&E is continuing to evolve its Community Wildfire Safety Program in order to improve its electric system for the safety of customers. The focus areas of the Community Wildfire Safety Program include meeting and exceeding state vegetation safety standards to manage trees and other vegetation located near utility lines, continuing to build a safer and more resilient system by hardening lines and installing sectionalizing devices that help to reduce the size of public safety power shutoff events, testing and using tools and technologies to pinpoint how to best mitigate the risk of wildfires, and working to improve public safety power shutoff events by providing more resources before, during, and after these events. What's new in 2021? In 2021, PG&E is building on the improvements made in 2020 through hardening the electric grid, through system hardening work on 180 electric circuit miles, addressing vegetation on 1,800 high-risk electric circuit miles, tracking weather conditions, and monitoring for wildfires by installing an additional 300 weather stations and an additional 135 high-definition cameras. PG&E is installing over 275 additional distribution sectionalizing devices and transmission switches across the service territory to limit the number of customers impacted by events by separating the electric grid into smaller sections, continuing to improve weather modeling and refining the forecasting through 5-day forecast data, keeping the power on in areas impacted by PSPS events by preparing 10 substations across the service territory with temporary generation. One of these 10 substations in PG&E's service territory is located in Cloverdale, and we will hear more about that in an upcoming slide. PG&E is supporting customers and communities by sending customer notifications in multiple languages and providing new address alerts, which allow customers and non-customers to sign up to receive PSPS alerts about any address they choose. PG&E will provide approximately 11,500 batteries. These will be available to all low-income medical baseline customers who live in high fire threat areas and who are interested in receiving a battery. We will be providing meal replacement options for customers who are impacted by PSPS events through our partnerships, and expanding additional partnerships with community-based organizations to better support customers with access and functional needs. Okay, Sonoma County overview. On this slide, PG&E has provided an overview of the local wildfire safety and customer support efforts. This includes system hardening, sectionalizing devices, community resource centers, weather stations, and high-definition cameras. Please note that there will be quarterly progress reports and updates on these mitigation efforts, and these can be found at pge.com/wildfire safety. There is a word for the 2021 planned goals. It's ongoing for 3 of these items for community resource centers, weather stations, and high-definition cameras. Please note that there's ongoing feedback from Sonoma County Department of Emergency Management to PG&E, to our local public safety specialist. If there are any locations or areas that the County Department of Emergency Management, there is not any cover with any of these resources currently with a CRC or with a weather station or with a camera, the county forwards that on to PG&E, and we partner with the county to analyze the location and see if it's feasible to place any of these assets there. I would now like to welcome and introduce my colleague, Claire Holbrook. Claire is the product manager for innovation and for microgrid strategy implementation.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So over the course of 2021, we've made a number of improvements to our weather modeling, grid operations, and overall system resiliency. And given these improvements, we are planning to pre-interconnect and test temporary generation at 10 substations in 2021 for PSPS mitigation. We'll also be developing energization plans for an additional 3 substation microgrids to allow them to more quickly receive generation if needed. And to support those 3 substations, as well as others that may come into scope during 2021 PSPS events, we are planning to set aside a reserve of temporary generation, in addition to the units that are already pre-interconnected and tested at those 10 substations. We've identified 1 substation in Sonoma County that has been for pre-staged generation. That's Cloverdale substation. We intend to pre-interconnect and test the temporary generation there so that it can quickly be utilized during a PSPS event to keep any safe to energize customers online. As always, safety is our most important responsibility, and we will only energize the generation at the substation when it is safe to do so. I'll hand it back.
Thank you very much, Claire. All right, what is a public safety power shutoff? Public safety power shutoffs continue to be a necessary tool and used as a last resort. High winds can cause tree branches and debris to contact energized electric lines, damage PG&E equipment, and cause a fire. As a result, PG&E may need to turn off power during severe weather conditions for public safety. These events are always weather-driven and are only called when extreme weather and wildfire risks are present. Because electricity can travel several miles from the generation source to reach your home or your business, you may be affected by a public safety power shutoff if the electrical infrastructure that serves you is affected by high winds or severe weather, even if that weather event is miles away from your specific location. Tree outbreak exposure, potential PSPS decision making. After each public safety power shutoff event, PG&E reviews weather conditions and any damages experienced to the electric system and incorporates lessons learned to continue to evolve the public safety power shutoff program. After last year's wildfire season and the drier than average winter and spring that we just experienced, PG&E has developed additional criteria for the public safety power shutoff program. Compared to last year, under similar weather conditions, customers who live in the areas of the highest wildfire risk may experience more frequent public safety power shutoff events this year. Conversations with the court and with California Public Utilities Commission regarding the additional criteria are ongoing, and PG&E is looking at how this may impact our communities, and we plan on sharing more community level specific information as soon as it becomes available. Besides the additional criteria being considered, PG&E continues to work to improve our systems and to reduce public safety power shutoff impacts. This includes creating community-based partnerships, opening community resource centers, providing food replacement options through our community partners, and for low-income customers with medical needs, providing more portable backup batteries. Okay, how will customers be notified? Customers can expect to receive notification 2 days before shutting off power when we are in a public safety power shutoff watch mode, 1 day before turning off power when we are still in the watch mode, just before de-energizing the power lines when we have shifted into a warning mode, and then during the PSPS event, once a day during the duration of the public safety power shutoff event. Customers will receive another notification once PG&E has restored power. PG&E will provide updates to customers through automated calls, texts, and emails. We encourage our customers to review the information that they have available, that we have on file, by visiting pge.com/mywildfirealerts. This year, PG&E has also launched our address alerts. For those who are not PG&E account holders, they can also receive public safety power shutoff notifications for any address. With these address alerts, you can receive updates on addresses you care about, such as your work or your business, your child's school or daycare, or the home of your friends or loved ones. At pge.com, to local news media and outlets, and also through the social media outlets that are seen on this slide. Customer support programs. PG&E is partnering with community-based organizations to provide support and resources throughout a public safety power shutoff event. This includes expanding language offerings in multiple languages, increasing meal replacement options by collaborating with local food banks and with Meals on Wheels to provide food replacement for those customers who have been impacted during a public safety power shutoff. PG&E will be collaborating with the California Foundation of Independent Living Centers Disability Disaster Access and Resource Program, which will enable qualifying customers who use electrical medical devices to access backup portable batteries through a grant, through a lease to own, or financial loan application. Additional assistance in this program includes access to transportation resource, hotel vouchers, and food stipends. We are also providing batteries through the Portable Battery Program for low-income medical baseline customers who have critical medical needs. And this year, we have also started a new pilot program that was launched on January 1st. This is for customers who depend on well water pumps and who live in high fire threat areas. There is an opportunity for a rebate for the purchase of a qualified portable power generator. Community Resource Centers in Sonoma County. At Community Resource Centers, customers can find basic supplies and charge their devices. During last year's public safety power shutoff events that began on October 14th and on October 25th, we had approximately 180 visitors to the location at the Cloverdale Citrus Fairgrounds. Visitors there could find Wi-Fi, an ADA accessible bathroom, bottled water, device charging, and medical device charging. PG&E aims to set up and open community resource centers as soon as possible after the start of a public safety power shutoff event that is forecasted to last longer than 24 hours. All of these sites follow COVID-19 health guidelines as they are currently advised, and all of these sites provide grab-and-go supplies for customers. More information and tools to prepare. There's a variety of wildfire preparedness tools that are available to customers online, including public safety power shutoff address alerts, information and resources available in multiple languages, a weather and PSPS forecasting webpage, preparedness tools and activities for kids, the Safety Action Center, and our backup power webpage. All of these websites and additional information about the Community Wildfire Safety Program can be found at pge.com/wildfire safety. Thank you again to Mayor and Council members and the City Manager and City staff for allowing us to present to you this evening. We are available to answer questions. There are 3 of us here from PG&E. If there are other questions after we have finished this evening, please feel free to call us at 1-866-743-6589, or you can email us at wildfiresafety wildfire@pge.com. And there is additional information about wildfire mitigation efforts, wildfire safety efforts, and tips to help prepare for severe weather and for possible power outages. And that's available by visiting pge.com/wildfire safety. Thank you for your time.
Awesome. Thank you, Melinda and Claire. And I also believe we have John on the line with us for questions. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and open it up to our council. And why don't we kick it off with Councilmember Bagby, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Turner. Mayor Turner. I'm not sure what everyone's expertise is, so I guess you can kind of jump in if I'm going to ask about a couple of different topics. Just to start off, first of all, you had referred in your presentation to a power backup at the Cloverdale substation. So I have some specific questions about that. To start off, what's the planned timeline for that? And as I'm sure you are aware, Sonoma Clean Power has expressed some concerns about this approach. And in fact, the city of Fort Bragg has been working on power backups that are mostly designed to address essential services and looking for combinations of renewables to power that, including solar, possibly wind, and of course, battery backups. And that's instead of looking to back up their entire city, it would be essential services like their hospital, city hall, their other essential processes. So I'm interested in the timeline and what your plans for Cloverdale would be. And then also, if you could kind of go into some detail about the infrastructure that you would be looking to put at the substation, because as I'm also sure you're aware, during the last major PSPS event, the gas was turned off. So definitely would be concerned about a natural gas generator at our substation not being effective in that kind of a situation. And then just finally, I was wondering specifically if you expect the frequency and or durations of PSPSs to impact Cloverdale and what you see the timeline for that being.
Yeah, sure. This is Claire Holbrook. I can take the first two questions and I'll leave the last for the rest of the team. So as it relates to Cloverdale substation, our plan is to have the temporary generation operationally ready for a PSPS event by August 1st of this year. It would be temporary generation just in place for PSPS events this fall. We are looking to begin moving that generation into place in June and testing and interconnecting the generation. It would be a diesel generator, so the issue that you raised around natural gas would not come into play. We ran an all source solicitation, meaning all technology types are able to apply to our temporary generation solicitation. We did end up procuring diesel for the Cloverdale substation, but we are, to the extent that it continues to remain in scope for future PSPS events, working with vendors and with the commission, and would work with local stakeholders as well to determine what diesel alternative technologies could come into play.
Okay. Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I'm a little shocked that there hasn't been any community outreach. You're suggesting putting in diesel generators and affecting our air quality during some of the worst air quality, the worst possible air quality conditions that would trigger a PSPS. So, at what point were you going to invite the community in to talk about this possibility?
I can certainly let the team speak to the outreach timeline, but I believe outreach had already occurred on that. I'm on the Cloverdale City Council, and this is the first I'm hearing that you're planning on putting a diesel generator in. So I'm a little shocked by that. Okay, well, I will go back with the team and try to understand where that gap in communication occurred. This was something that was prepared as well for 2020. Wildfire seasons, we did prepare the substation in Cloverdale as well to receive generation. Like I said, we are committed to and continuing to explore diesel alternative solutions. Although, as you mentioned, there are challenges with natural gas, which was the only other type of generation that we received bid into our solicitations. So it is becoming a challenge with what's available in the market that can, in fact, energize all of the customers coming out of the substation, which is our main objective. As you mentioned, there is work underway in certain communities around specific critical customers, but we would like the opportunity to energize all customers for whom it is safe to do so.
And of course, that is the ultimate goal. Okay, so I imagine. So it sounds like you're not subject to the air quality regulation from our air district. Is that correct?
We are. We are complying with all of the local air district requirements in the various areas where we are planning to pre-interconnect and test generation at a substation. We're working with all of the air districts on that process. All of our generation is also compliant with the state portable equipment registration program that also affects temporary backup generators.
Okay, so it's April, what's today? April 28th, we're almost into May. You're looking at installing in June, and you're saying you haven't launched the public outreach or obviously it's going to be public outreach, not public input, because that would leave a month for the community to give input as to and review your plan. So there isn't really going to be any review, it sounds like. You're just telling us what you're planning on doing.
So I will go back and try to confirm with the team where the gap in communication occurred. It was my understanding that all of the communities where we were planning to pre-interconnect and test generation had been informed. So I will take responsibility for understanding where that gap occurred.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now, Mr. Mayor. If I come up with any other questions, I'll raise my hand. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Councilmember Walter, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have 3 questions, if we could, please. And the first one pertains to slide 3 of your presentation. So I'm not sure if you could pop that up on the screen. And while you're doing that, a question that really doesn't reference the slide, but on your PSPS warning systems, last year we were somewhat, I think most of the community, and I don't know why, but we were kind of surprised about the gas being shut off in addition to the electricity. And I'm just wondering, is there going to be some type of warning with your PSPSs if gas is going to be included in that? I didn't know if that came across.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. My name is John Costa. So I work with Melinda. So a PSPS event is focused on the electric side, right? So we look at the potential of something coming in contact with, we look at moisture content, we look at weather as it relates to the electric system. So we don't turn off the gas system during a PSPS event. However, during a wildfire event, if we are asked to do so, if we deem it necessary for safety reasons, we will turn off the gas system during a wildfire event, and then we will come back when it's safe to do so to restore and relight. So we may have seen an impact from a wildfire, not necessarily a PSPS event. So PSPS event is intended to address the electric side. We provide communication around that. And then during a wildfire, we will address both electric and gas depending on the request and depending on safety. And we will be communicating with our customers. I know in the past, we had some long-term durations of gas being out, and we do have some processes in place to address that and make sure the community and our customers are fully aware.
And John, when you say if it's requested by who? The fire command down in Santa Rosa, I would say?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, typically by command.
Okay. On this slide that's up in front of us here, this slide number 3, the blow up where it says City of Cloverdale, the TF3 extreme is to the east side. What about to the west side? As you look in our westerly hills, there is quite a bit of tinder up there and fuel for a fire, but yet you don't have it in the extreme number 3 tier. Or am I misreading that?
So if I may, looking at the slide correctly, you're referencing the right side where it's got the red tier 3?
That's correct. What about the left side?
And the left side itself, tier 2. So I think those are outside of the boundaries of the city. If I'm looking at this map correctly, there are some tier 2 that cross into the city boundary, but the majority of that is in unincorporated county.
As is the right side.
Yes, sir.
Appears to be outside. The left side is also out. I'm just curious if it's dictated by the number of electrical wires and hookups that you have in that area, or is it by the fuel that's there? So.
Okay, I'm sorry, let me just make sure I understand your question though. If we're looking at a PSPS event, those factors we look at, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you, why isn't the left side of this blow up considered a tier 3 when all it is pines and woods and underbrush?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's a great question. Those tiers are determined by CAL FIRE and the CPUC. They look at vegetation and then the moisture content of that vegetation. So they look at wooded vegetation like trees, underbrush vegetation, and so forth.
Okay. And then the last question is on page number 8, slide number 8. Melinda, I believe when you were talking, you mentioned something, and I just kind of, I didn't doze off for a minute, but my attention went somewhere else. But you had mentioned that if you're a PG&E customer, you'll be notified. I'm not a PG&E customer. I'm a Sonoma Clean Power. Do I get the same notification as your customers?
Yes, Councilmember Walter, you are still a customer of PG&E as well as being a customer of Sonoma Clean Power. Sonoma Clean Power provides power generation sources, and PG&E delivers that power to you as a customer. So you should be receiving PG&E alerts. If for any reason you're not, please feel free to visit the website about address alert notifications or check your account information online. And Councilmember Walter, you're welcome to follow up with me anytime if the process is not getting you to where you'd like to be.
And could you just quickly describe your relationship with Sonoma Clean Power?
I might defer to my colleague John Costa on this one about the community choice aggregators.
So you're asking about our partnership with them? We do coordinate.
Just your relationship. You know, I was somewhat surprised going all the way back to 2017, and Councilmember Bagney, corrected me and told me what the story was. But I was somewhat surprised that Sonoma Clean Power did not burden any responsibility for delivering electricity to my house when I had a contract with them. So I'm just wondering, do they take the time to point out to you infrastructure that might need to be repaired? Or who does that with you? Who actually inspects your lines?
Yes, it's a great question. So we do coordinate and communicate with Clean Power, but when it relates to the infrastructure and the inspection of the infrastructure, that is PG&E and our crews.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Awesome. I think I saw Vice Mayor Cruz's hand was up. I think, was that true? Yes. Yes. Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, it is. Good evening, and thank you for presenting to our council. You mentioned that you're working with community organizations for outreach. I only heard like Meals on Wheels and a few others. How are you conducting outreach in North County? That is Geyserville, Cloverdale. And even though it's not incorporated part of the city, we have surrounding areas that are serviced by our restaurants, our schools, and community centers, etc.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cruz. That's an excellent question. So yes, PG&E does have a program to partner with local nonprofits in the community. So there is a contract-based reimbursement program with local food banks, including Redwood Empire Food Bank, which does have numerous locations in North County. For additional community outreach regarding preparedness and messaging that can be spread in advance of PSPS season, we've also reached out to some local nonprofits, including KBBF, which is a local radio station in Sonoma County that does have coverage throughout Sonoma County. It's a bilingual radio station. We've also partnered with Nuestra Comunidad in North County and Corazon Healdsburg to assist us with outreach for vulnerable communities throughout the North County area. We have partnered with other local nonprofits in other parts of the county as well. So we do try to have coverage in all of the supervisorial districts.
Okay. And do you have any plans to expand this outreach? Because we do have several organizations that are the heart of activism in this town.
I don't have any information yet on whether or not PG&E will be expanding or adding additional partnerships specific to the city, specific to any city jurisdiction in our territories. That information has not been made available to us yet at the local level. So I am not aware at this time of the partnerships that we will be able to engage in for these local communities. However, like I said, we do have some contract-based relationships in place, and then we also had relationships that we established last year. But I definitely appreciate the feedback, and we'll follow up with City Manager Kelly to see if there's some other organizations that we should specifically consider in North County.
Definitely, because as you heard Councilmember Bagby a while ago, there was a plan to communicate with us, and the first we hear is tonight. So we definitely want to have a more proactive outreach to our community. As you very well know, we're geographically somewhat detached from the county. So it's much harder for us to get a lot of the information. And many of our residents do not travel to other areas where some of the services may be available. So I do encourage you to conduct some more outreach in this particular area. Then I have another question regarding the community resource centers. I was at the Citrus Fair, and I noticed that it was very small. The area that was being provided was very small. It did not have sufficient stations. There was an incredible amount of anxiety among the people, lines, and it took a long time to get any kind of service. And now, given the fact that we are in a pandemic and that is not out of the picture as yet, I would like to know if you plan to expand to a larger area with more equipment for the community. Because remember, not only did we serve here the people of Cloverdale, but everybody who was leaving Windsor, Hillsburg, Geyserville, and even the area of Upland ended up at the Citrus Fair. So you need to consider that it's not just service to Cloverdale, but to the whole region, especially because we were not directly affected by the fire itself. So do you plan to make greater space available for the people, more equipment? And I would like to know if there's going to be, of course, a design that would comply with all COVID protocols.
So Melinda, do you mind if I jump in on this one? Councilmember, that's a great question. I think that leads to also to the part of the communication side. So clearly there are opportunities for improvement. So if there is a site or multiple sites within the city or within the surrounding area of the city that you feel would be beneficial for us to pursue and look at, please send those to us. We've been working with Office of Emergency Services to identify the most appropriate sites that we could do maybe indoor, outdoor. And as you indicated, given the current pandemic, we have some restrictions on what we can and can't do. However, we're looking at ways in which we can improve that. So we've got quite a few different resources we're trying to offer. It doesn't mean it's everything. And there may be something we're missing that you may see that would be beneficial for us to understand and really pursue. So I would just ask that you provide us with that information, and then we can follow up with the city manager and see what we can do.
Yeah, because the thing is that the Citrus Fair is large enough for all of us to be able to provide food distribution, preparation, to provide bathrooms, etc. But given the circumstances that we are seeing right now, that area is just one little tiny area. So we really need to expand that. And I do understand that the overflow would be at the Veterans Hall, which is pretty much around the corner from the Citrus Fair. So all of that has to be taken into account for any plans in this community. And also I noticed that there were not bilingual services available at the Community Resource Center at the time. And if there was any kind of bilingual services, it must have been very limited, because many of us in the community ended up being the guides and the advisors to the people who were being serviced. And that is key, because we have close to 40% population of Spanish speaking, and all the people who came from other areas in the county were not necessarily, versed in English.
Now, and that's a great highlight. Thank you for your help during those events. We do have those types of services. I'll circle back with the team to find out. I know we were providing it in language and writing. So I'll confirm those resources to make sure we will continue to have those resources at these community resource centers. One thing I do want to clarify, that the community resource centers are focused around a public safety power shutoff event. It's not typically something that we open up during a wildfire. During a wildfire, we would coordinate with public safety. Typically, public safety and local government has.
It was a combination event: fire, no gas, no electricity here in
Right.
Cloverdale.
Okay. So all these things came together. So typically, again, we operate a community resource center around a PSPS event. We do try to provide services outside of those types of events. Clearly, there's an area of opportunity here. So I'll circle back up with Melinda, and we'll work with our community resource team to make sure we have the appropriate resources available during those events.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate your presence, and I really hope that you do have ears for us and that you're really listening to what we're asking, what we're saying. It's very important. These are moments of a lot of stress for the community, and we need to be able to provide some sort of a calm moment within the storm. And then I have one more question. Where in Cloverdale are your facilities located, this particular facility that you're talking about?
Vice Mayor, I apologize. I do not have Google Earth pulled up to be able to identify the equipment, but I can definitely follow up with City Manager Kelly and send him that information. I apologize. I didn't prepare for a flyover this evening.
I believe it's across from the transportation depot, next to the courtyard.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for listening to and taking my questions.
Thank you. And our student liaison, Jennifer Ramirez, would like to comment, ask a question. Please go right ahead.
So just in case I cut up, I posted it in the chat. I just wanted to remind Melinda about council members' last question about how long/frequent will PSPS shutoffs occur this year or in the future. Do you have any data on this? Additionally, you said PSPS alerts will start August 1st. I don't know if I heard you correctly on that, but isn't that a little late before wildfires start, before we receive the PSPS alerts? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for asking this question about how long and frequent the shutoffs will occur in the future. It's difficult to predict what type of weather events that we will have in any given year. I think the fire chief spoke to this issue earlier, right? Is that we don't know yet what the weather will bring to us this year. We can hope, but we really don't know what types of severe weather patterns we are going to see. So we're really encouraging preparedness. For August 1st, you said that PSPS alerts will start August 1st. I'm not sure.
Just to clarify, I think that was when you were planning on going live with the diesel backup. Okay. And I just wanted to say thank you, Jennifer. You're right. They didn't answer the question about the frequencies of PSPSs. So thanks for keeping all of us honest. That's our student liaison at work.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the PSPS alerts can go out anytime there is a PSPS event. It's not linked to a specific calendar date. And PSPS events, PSPS season per se is not perfectly aligned with the start of a fire season, right? So PSPS alerts can go out anytime that there has been the decision to implement a public safety power shutoff, depending on a number of factors. And the August 1st date is related to when that substation might be event ready. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And then I'm not seeing any other hands up, so I'm going to go ahead and ask mine real quick. Can we go back to the slide where we look at the timeline that will receive alerts? I think it had 2 messages would come out before, which was the watch phase. Here we go. Thank you. During PSPS, I think that's a new one. I don't recall receiving daily updates during the PSPS during the last one. What can we anticipate during those daily outreach during the event? Is it like reminding where resources are located? What's that kind of look like?
So I can defer to John on this one as well, but these were not very lengthy texts. These were more text to give people an update to let them know that the power was off. If we had any anticipated or estimated time of restoration, that is the information that would also be included. And then people were referred to a website where they could find out additional information. For example, estimated times of restoration, the locations of community resource centers, and other resources that might be available during the PSPS event. I'll let John add on as well.
No, that was well done, Melinda. It's really just timely communications to make sure you have all the information you need before, during, and after an event.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council or city staff? Just kind of speak up if you don't mind. I've got like 25 different squares I'm scrolling through here. I'm not hearing any. I'd like to.
If I may.
Yep. Yeah, please. Yeah.
This is Vice Mayor Marta Cruz, and I just I appreciate that you are considering other places in Cloverdale, even though the Citrus Fair seems to be the ideal place. But what kind of arrangement do you have with the Citrus Fair, and what can you offer to these organizations? Because this is a nonprofit organization, and they were working nonstop during the PSPS events that we experience here in Cloverdale. I really wonder, what is the true collaboration there beyond opening the doors?
So sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Melinda. Let me take that question. So we work directly with the organization, and we have documents signed up as far as what information we provide, what's the partnership or relationship like. We look at opportunities to invest in the building if it needs it for upgrades to electric system, the potential to maybe put a generator in, look at ADA, bathrooms, those types of things. So we work through all of that with the organization before signing, and it's a partnership with both the organization and PG&E. And then they let us know the resources that they need, and we try to work through that with them. So it just depends on the organization, depends on the location.
Thank you, because I do need that they had problems with upgrading their electrical system in order to hold a generator. And that was a big concern for all of us here. So I'm hoping that they have received that assistance to be able to continue to serve the community.
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. So we'll follow back up with the team to see where the status is on that site.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we have a hand up in the community. All right, let me go ahead and open it up to the public here. And Irene, I'm just going to steal your job for just a minute because I think I saw it already. And yeah, Christina Lepe Duarte, if you'd like to come on in and unmute yourself, we're happy to hear your questions or comments.
Thank you to all on council and to PG&E. My name is Christina Lepe Duarte, and I'm here to bring some perspective from a family who housed about 25 to 30 people during one of the wildfires and the electric and gas shutoff. I know that you mentioned that you would be providing hotel vouchers and all, but when we had fires surrounding us and from every angle, it was very hard for people to get out of town. Luckily, we were able to provide a safe home here in Cloverdale. I'm very grateful for that. But I want to talk about, the price gouging. Just for instance, we bought a tank of propane here in town, and I want to say it was about $60. Also, again, we had 25 to 30 people. With gas being off and electricity, we were warming up water in our dishes and having to put water in bathtubs with chicken noodle, fat from the chicken because we didn't have hot water. So these are just things that I want you guys to be conscious of. It's with hygiene, it has to do with hygiene and just making sure people are safe. But I also want you to take into consideration the households that are housing 25 to 30 people during shutoffs of gas and electricity. And also another concern that I do have from people that have spoken out is when it's an emergency and you have to get the heck out of Dodge. Some people don't even have time to get their check cards and fill up on gas. So that's something to keep in mind. Just simple tools and resources that will help people get to safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Anybody else from the public? Would you like to raise your hand or anything? Offer any comment? All right. Is there anything that our panelists that joined us from PG&E would like to share as a result of the comments you just received from a member of our community?
Yeah, this is John, and thank you for that input. That is information that we definitely need. So we took some notes on that. I will say we do have quite a bit of preparedness resources on our website that talk about a variety of things like backup battery resources where we can go to provide that, the hotel vouchers and so forth. But I'll follow back up with the team about this particular issue that you pointed out, but I don't believe it's captured on our website, but I'll work with our team. So thank you for the input.
All right, let me go ahead and ask one more time of the public before I let the council members again. Let me just see if any other hands go up. Forgive me, Irene, I'm totally stealing your job again. I'm not seeing any. I'll go ahead and close public comment, and with that, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Bagley, by all means.
Yeah, just a kind of a couple of comments to wrap up about the PS event that is so severely affected this community. And actually, at the time, I was mayor, so I was at the. I was on the spot during that week. And just also to clarify, a couple of comments, I really appreciate Christina giving the perspective of the public, because I don't think it can be understated, how much people suffered during that power outage and gas outage. It was a true hardship for families. It was a true hardship for our small businesses, most of which are small family businesses. The reason that so many people converged on the Citrus Fair is that when we lost power, so did the food bank and so many of our restaurants. And so they decided to get together and prepare the food that was going to spoil and give it away and provide a place for the community, for people who were hungry, people who wanted company, people who just wanted to get out of their house to come and share a meal together. So I think that that's part of something that you really need to understand was going on in addition to the CRC, which was too small, which was too adequate, which did not offer bilingual services. Secondly, too, one of the things that gets really overlooked is that so many of the folks who landed at the Citrus Fair, they were just out of gas. You can talk about, go to our website and get the emergency preparedness and be prepared and have batteries and have this and have that. So many people who got stuck in Cloverdale had come to Cloverdale because they expected to be able to go to a gas station and fill up and go back to their homes. And they were either cut off from doing so, or they were just cut off because they couldn't fill up their tank and get all the way home. So a lot of the folks who were hanging out at the Citrus Fair, they'd been at the Lost Coast for the week. They'd been, somewhere up in the Eel River or something like that. And, Cloverdale is a central place where people, who are traveling from those regions, we're the first place that they stop with a pretty much empty gas tank. And they're looking for a bathroom and looking for a gas station, so when you're talking about putting up, standing up CRCs or, standing up emergency response, you have to take that into consideration too. It's not just the, local residents who are going to come to that CRC. I remember when I was at the Citrus Fair talking to a woman who lived in Dry Creek, and she was on she had no electricity and she had no water either because, she's on a well. And so, she didn't have battery backup. After a couple of days, her backup died. And so she was coming here to charge her phone so that she could let her kids know, that she was okay. And also, if we're talking about the PSPS that really, severely affected us, you cannot talk about that event without acknowledging the work of Katie Young. I don't know if she slept for 7 days. I don't know if she got anywhere. She worked tirelessly because basically it became a de facto shelter, even though we were not supposed to be standing up a shelter. And we actually got calls from the county saying, what are you guys doing setting up a shelter? And we're like, we're not. This is the community responding. And Katie and the Citrus Fair Board, because the CRC was located there, because everybody knew that they could come there when they needed help, that just became the de facto place where, vineyard workers who had lost their homes and weren't able to get to Santa Rosa. They came to Cloverdale and they came to the Citrus Fair. People, well-heeled folk from Dry Creek came here to charge their phones. It's not just the 9,200 people within our city limits. It's all of our surrounding areas. They know that they can come to Cloverdale, and then they know they can go to the Citrus Fair. So how is it possible we're having a conversation with you and you have not recognized that, yeah, you need to provide a battery backup at our Citrus Fair? They are not only are the prospective place, they've earned it. They've been filling that role. They stepped in and did it. So I can't believe we're having a conversation in 2021 and that hasn't already been recognized and executed by PG&E. So I'm hoping that you'll take that information back and get the ball rolling on providing power backups for Citrus Fair and making that a very high priority to serve this region and to serve this community.
Thank you, Councilmember Bagley. And yes, I believe that the transfer switch was installed last year at the Cloverdale Citrus Fair, but I do want to confirm that before I follow up with an email. But thank you.
We'll do Vice Mayor Cruz and we'll finish out with Councilmember Lands, please.
Yes, there's a bad habit by all organizations to fall on over reliance on technology. On our website we have, you know, we need to go back to traditional ways of communicating with people. Not everybody is technology savvy. Not everybody has access to a computer. Many people have fixed plans on their phones. They don't have all the time to start searching and navigating a website. So we need to tell you and request that you revise the strategy to provide people with the adequate information. Nuestra comunidad worked with the county and with the town long before anything happened in trying to help people prepare for disasters and for PSPS. And I do know by what you just said that you're working with them. Perhaps they need to be funded some more by PG&E to do more outreach to the agricultural workers and those people that are older and not necessarily technology savvy, so that they can get the information and that information could be posted throughout town and that it could be shared with all the different neighbors and all the grocery stores, etc. So this is something that organizations need to take into account. Do not over-rely on technology. We can see many things that are out of our control happen. And sometimes the website might not be available for us to look at it at the time when we really need it. Yes, not everybody is proactive, but many people do prepare, but many don't. And with no power, no technology. So it's something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And in the interest of time, if I may be so bold, I'd like to request this be our final comment. And the floor is yours, Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine will be really fast. I will not repeat everyone else. For the PG&E workers, I have a question regarding appliances and things that are ruined with the PSPS. I didn't see anything in your presentation as to what our community can do when their refrigerator breaks, the stove goes out, the microwave doesn't work anymore. And we are in a low income community here, and we had a lot of those issues before. So I would really like to know and be able to tell my community, here's who you call, here's the phone number, here's how you get that replaced through PG&E as part of their program. Can you please let us know that?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. So we will follow up after this meeting and provide you with the phone number and the website link. That's the process for how we file a claim. And we'll provide you with that along with the information that you can provide your constituents about the process to go through. I will say it is a process, but there is a phone number, there's a website, and there's an email address for you to submit those claims.
Thank you.
Okay. So again, I'd like to take a moment just to thank you all for your presentation this evening. As I'm sure you've been made aware through our deliberations and comments from the community, we have a strained relationship with PG&E right now. There's no really hiding that, right? So we appreciate you coming and bringing this dialogue, but know that the relationship is strained. We are looking for more than you from what the status quo might be or what might be considered this is acceptable. I'm telling you right now, we are looking for more than that. And I think we've made ourselves very clear this evening, and you have also provided very helpful information about what we can anticipate for the upcoming PSPS, but please know that our community is watching and we will try our best to hold you accountable to these promises, and we expect them to be fulfilled. So thank you again for your time this evening, and we appreciate you joining us. And with that, Council, I'm going to recess us until we're going to come back at 8:10. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Chief Ferguson, appreciate it. That looks like all of us. So let's go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and we're going to get into our consent calendar. So can everybody hear me okay? I just put the headphone in. I just want to make sure. Okay, good. All right. All items under consent calendar will be considered together by one action of the council unless any council member or member of the public requests that an item be removed and considered separately. Would anybody from the council like to separate out an item? Councilmember Walter, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to pull and discuss separately item number 9, the appointment to the Planning Commission.
You got it. Any other requests? Seeing none, would a member of the public like to pull an item and see it be considered separately? Feel free to raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and pull item number 9 to be considered separately. Otherwise, we have a motion on the table for, action available before us for items 6 through 8. And yeah, all right, thank you. So I heard a motion for items 6, 7, and 8.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a second. So motion from Mr. Councilmember Lamb, second from Councilmember Walter. Irene, if you'd be so kind.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
Aye.
Councilmember Walter.
Aye.
Councilmember Bagsby.
Aye.
And Mayor Turner.
Aye. Now, Councilmember Walter has asked that item number 9 be considered separately, which is the mayor's recommendation of an appointment of Melissa Spingler to the Planning Commission as an alternate with a term expiration of April 2023. Gus, anything specific you wanted to ask or anything like that?
No, you know, I really think Melissa will be a good candidate for the Planning Commission. I wanted to talk briefly about the policy. And I'm referring to Windsor, the town of Windsor, and even the supervisors having to do with the appointment of the mayor of Windsor to the, I believe it was the Bridge Authority. But even Linda Hopkins said that prior to his appointment by that group, that she had heard some rumblings that there was maybe something going on that wasn't quite kosher. But nevertheless, she went forward with it. And as a city council, I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that the individuals that are being appointed to different positions have some type of venting. I know in the past, I've always asked staff, are they members in good standing? And when I say that, I mean, you know, are they 6 months late on their water bill? Are their property taxes paid? You know, I would just like a little background to make sure that we're appointing the proper people. Over my 18, 19 years on the city council, at one point we appointed a commissioner who was in violation of a couple things having to do with her downtown building. And you know, it was very embarrassing to have that happen. And I'd just like to make sure that we do a little bit of look-see to make sure that they're above the norm, that they're in good standing. So that was my thought. And I don't know if that should go to a subcommittee. I don't know from our city manager and our police chief exactly what we can do as far as a background check, or am I just carrying it too far? So, thank you.
I mean, I could give my point of view on why I made this recommendation and why I feel ownership to it, I guess is the only word, or accountability to it, if you will. But the questions about procedural and what might be able to be done, I have to defer to the city staff on that, Councilmember Walter.
Mayor and Council, I'm happy to weigh in on Councilmember Walter's comment, if you like.
Sure, please.
Yeah, the appointment process for planning commissioners is set forth in the Cloverdale Municipal Code. It's referenced in the agenda report prepared by your assistant city manager, community development director. So it does, the municipal code sets forth the appointment process. I believe what Councilmember Walter is speaking to is, as he indicated, you know, a vetting process that involves, you know, looking at some objective criteria. My recommendation would be, if council would like to explore that, to refer it to a subcommittee. I would probably recommend finance, admin, and police, and with the task of developing the specific criteria that would be applied to the recommended appointments, and that could include, but not be limited to, such things as a background check to confirm there are no specific issues or concerns. Ownership of property. We want to make sure that it's also vetted by city attorney to make sure we are reviewing criteria that is in accordance with applicable rules and regulations regarding disclosure. But if it's really council's pleasure, if you'd like to develop additional guidelines and we to assign that to subcommittee. Alternatively, we could also look at whether it would be feasible to include additional regulations or requirements for appointments in your governance manual. As you know, we are in the process of updating that the document, and that might be an opportunity to locate criteria for appointments to commissions in the governance manual.
And you were breaking up a little bit there, David, but and Mr. Mayor, it has nothing to do with the fact that you appointed her. It's just, how do we handle going forward the appointments that we do? Is it incumbent on us to do some type of a background check? Legally, what can we do? I think it needs to be vented out at the subcommittee. Police and admin would be a good one, just to set some type of criteria. That's all I'm asking. But I mean, that whole Windsor situation was a mess, and I'd hate to see that happen here in Cloverdale because we didn't do our homework.
Yeah, if I could add just one thing to Councilmember Walters real quick. When it comes to the background checks, it's depending on how thorough you want to go. There is a right to know, need to know requirement that I have to deal with when it comes to a criminal history check on a background. I would have to determine whether or not that position that somebody's applying for is even eligible to run a criminal history check. A local records check is completely different, but a criminal history check that goes much more in depth would be different. And there are some requirements that I have to adhere to in the vetting process before we can do that. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bagby, please.
Yes, I'm surprised the conversation has gone this way because I interviewed Melissa when I was mayor when she applied the first time. And I found her to be an excellent candidate. And I was disappointed that I didn't have an extra seat to offer her at the time and I'm just so grateful that she applied again. And I told her then, and I'll repeat it for anybody who's interested, is that I did not get appointed to the Planning Commission the first time I applied either. And it shows, it shows commitment, and it shows her willingness to serve and wanting to serve her community by just coming back and trying again, because she's just somebody who just after talking with her and looking at her experience, she is so dedicated to this community. And I'm so glad that we have a spot for her now so that we can hear from her. I also know that, Melissa is a person of integrity. And when she takes that oath of office, all of our planning commissioners take an oath of office, just like city council members do, to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, the state of California, and to adhere to the laws of the city of Cloverdale. And, every planning commissioner, by taking that oath, they agree to a certain level of decorum, a certain level of behavior, and they agree to, because it's a quasi-judicial role, they agree to the fact that our general plan and our zoning ordinance, that's their constitution. That's their Bible. They bring their life experience, they bring their values, they bring their perspective. But then when it's time to make a vote or time to make a decision, they are looking to the general plan, which is not a result of anything that a council member or a city manager dictates. Our general plan, it's a holy document. It's the result of a series of public meetings and input from hundreds, if not thousands, of members of our community. Fortunately, the last 20 years and unfortunately lasts 20 years because some people don't remember, but I was around for it. And I know Gus was around for it. And some of our planning commissioners were members of the community when it was created and some of them weren't, but they all know that they have taken an oath to compare every decision and make sure that it is in line with the general plan. And if it isn't, to make policy recommendations to the council that may need to change or may need to be adapted or have to evolve in some way. And just after the time that I had the advantage of I actually could meet in person with Melissa. I don't think Jason was able to do that. I was able to meet in person with her exactly, and really talk about her passion for the community, her roots in the community. She's a devoted mom. She's active with with the wrestling program, and she's just a real person of character. And, that's what I know we need to see. But I also think that, if Councilmember Wolter is bringing up some concerns about how we, make appointments in the future, I think that definitely should be, and how we review folks. I think that should, definitely be part of the revision in the future. And also just to remind the council too, that if we have an appointee who basically they represent us and they're representatives of the community, if they're not cutting it, if they aren't using good judgment, if they are just, making pronouncements only based on their own opinion and not going through the process of comparing what's in front of them fairly with what's in the general plan, then it's incumbent on us to make that change. And, I'm prepared to do that because having served as a planning commissioner for 7 years and serving 5 years as the chair, it's such a valuable experience. I think it contributes to, they do so much of the heavy lifting for the council. Otherwise, we'd be doing the planning commission's job as well. So I think it's really incumbent on us to make really good choices with the people who we appoint, understand that they're representatives of the community. And if it's not working out and they're not, conducting themselves well, or they're not doing the job of a planning commissioner, then, it's our job to appoint somebody else. But in this case, I can't support the appointment of Melissa anymore. I think she's going to do a great job. And I think Jason did a great job in his selection. So I'm glad we pulled the item and that we'll be, looking at other ways that we can possibly do a better job with the selection, but I'm very happy to support Melissa's appointment this evening.
As am I, Councilmember Bagby, and this is not about Melissa. She's a neighbor of mine. She lives a street over. She's got my support 100%. And it's not about how we select the planning commissioners. It's about what do we do after we select them? Do we vent them? Do we ask our assistant city manager to do some type of a check to make sure that there's no permit violations or late water bills? How do we assure ourselves that we don't have a Dominic coming on to our planning commission? He took an oath of office also. And so.
But I think the difference here is that, he's an elected official. That's a different issue. This is an appointed official, and they serve at the pleasure of the council. And so I actually, I remember when I was applying, one of the first questions that Nina asked me was, are you guys up to speed? Do you have your business license and have you paid your water bill? And I said, yes, ma'am. And I think that all happens before we get to this point. But, if you want to.
I just phrased the question a little better. Anything that's going to come out and cause me problems. And she told me no.
Exactly.
Okay.
And, that's the advantage of an appointment. And that's an appointment like this. And it's very different. I think that the mayor made an excellent choice, and I stand by it tonight.
Yep, and I just think we as a city council just need to kind of take a look-see at our process and make sure that we're comfortable with it. We may decide not to make any changes at all, and I'm fine with that. And I'm fine with Melissa. I just wanted to talk about the venting process. So
excellent. Thanks, you guys. Any other comments before I just share a few words? Vice Mayor Cruz, please.
Yes, thank you, Gus, for bringing the issue of process and what procedures and policy we are going to be observing in the future. Her application was very thorough. That's all we had. And I think we do need to revise perhaps some of the procedures in appointing different individuals for the commission and perhaps other things that will come about. But we have an opportunity to do so in the governance manual. So I suggest that we read through that and that perhaps we add a couple of things. And before it comes to a vote, I think we should know a little bit more about what is, yes, it's your decision to choose and appoint, but I think it would be nice for us to get a little bit more feedback prior to having to vote.
Thank you.
So if I may, I was made aware of Melissa through her outreach. She has applied twice before, made it through the final round of each of those times, came highly recommended by Councilmember Bagby, and ultimately, through reasons that are her own, Melissa was not chosen the previous rounds. And so when her application came back through, I saw a lot of background that was around the construction industry and dealing with developers of all different sizes, knowing how to speak the language, knowing when things might be, they're never misrepresented. I won't go so far as to say that, but she knows how to read between the promises and see what's the reality of it all. And through my dialogues with her, I was really made aware that she will ask challenging questions and she'll kind of bring out an unpopular opinion just to make sure it's vetted, just to make sure it's discussed. And one of the things I liked about it personally is to me that says to a developer, I see you, you know what I mean? I see you and I speak your language. And while I may not necessarily get the majority vote out of this, I will absolutely bring it up. And I saw that courage in her. And that's exactly how I'm going to describe it, because it takes courage to come out as the unpopular opinion. The other thing I saw is she is a woman of two children. She's been, working from home, surviving this pandemic, just like the rest of us. And yet still, for whatever reason, wants to get involved with us and start, getting into our work and getting into helping Cloverdale from her point of view and what she brings to the table. And I had 3 different phone conversations with her. The first conversation with her was, are you sure? Right. And after we had that conversation, life got in the way. And it was Melissa who reached out to me and was like, hey, Mayor, where are you at on this? Are you interviewing me again? Am I still in the running? And so that drive, right, that desire and that passion to want to make sure she came out and represented her points of view on the Planning Commission spoke volumes to me. And so I'm very proud of this recommendation. I stand by this recommendation. I'm happy to relook at how we look at the Planning Commission and what we do. But I request, that's not the right word. I hope that I can get the support to put Melissa on the Planning Commission on the alternate position starting the next meeting. Her term will expire April 2023. And I've also invited Melissa to be here with us this evening. I know as a council, we have a habit of pulling this for very appropriate and right reasons. And so, Melissa, I'm happy to have you come on and just say a little bit about yourself. We won't put you on the spot too much, and just, kind of remind folks why I felt so compelled to bring you into this.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I could just go ahead and make the recommendation that we approve item number 9 on the consent calendar, because my comments were not directed at Melissa at all. It was just how we went the process.
I'd like to second that, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Irene, it sounds like Councilmember Walter made a motion. Councilmember Bagby seconds, if you'd be so kind.
Well, we can
And
still
no,
let
no
Melissa.
public comment, right?
We can
No
still let
public
Melissa.
comment, right?
We can still let Melissa in the public comment
sorry.
before.
Yeah, you guys threw me off with your motion. I apologize. So, Melissa, please, and then we'll open it up to the rest of the public as well.
Thank you. I have a little bit of background noise here, so bear with me. I have over 20 years experience in construction industry, and I do currently high-end window and door sales, which are not typically in this market, so there's no conflict there. I'm more in the Marin, Atherton, San Francisco, Tiburon, Echelon, and areas, and that's the market that I work with. With that, I know building codes and regulations. I know how to read plans. I work with a lot of developers, like Jason mentioned, Mayor Turner. And I've been in this community for 33 years, which is weird because I'm only 29. So, but my kids, my two older children are 5th generation to Cloverdale. And we have a 9-month-old now too. And I just look forward to being part of the solution rather than just complaining about it.
Thank you, Melissa. Any other members from the public wish to ask any questions or offer any comment? Going once, going twice. Allow me to close public comment. We have a motion with a second on the floor. I think I'm appropriate this time. Irene, if you'd be so kind.
One hand did pop up.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Yeah, please, by all means.
Thank you. Sorry, Council, I was eating my dinner. I just wanted to offer some comment. Melissa, I'm very excited to have somebody new on the Planning Commission, to have some new blood there, different perspective. And I just really, as a community member that's very involved, there's a lot of community members. I want you to take into consideration what our community's saying, not necessarily so that you can do what people tell you to do, because I like somebody that has their own mind, that asks good questions, that thinks of everything from every angle. But I definitely, Cloverdale, there's something special about Cloverdale, and we want to preserve that, what's special about it, but also be welcoming and innovative. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christina. Any other members from the public would like to offer any comment? I don't want to miss anybody.
No, their hands are raised, Mayor.
All right, excellent. So now we close public comment. We have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. Irene, if you'd be so kind.
Councilmember Bagby.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
Aye.
Councilmember Walter.
Aye.
Councilmember Lands.
Aye.
And Mayor Turner.
A resounding aye. Welcome, Melissa. Thank you very much for staying interested through a third round. And it is my absolute pleasure to recommend you as the mayor to our Planning Commission.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
All righty. Take care. All right. That'll get us out of the consent calendar and into our communications. I show here none was received. David, anything to report since the publishment of this agenda?
Mayor, no other communications that are general in nature. There was a communication received after the agenda was posted regarding the public hearing tonight by Mr. Rob Kozlowski.
Okay, we'll make sure that's at least brought up during that item, David, or Mr. Kelly, is that correct? Okay, thank you. All right, that's going to move us into our public hearing items. Item number 10, public hearing and consideration of a resolution declaring a stage 2 water shortage emergency and mandating water conservation measures. I know there's been a tremendous amount of work on this from city staff. And before you guys really get into it, I just want to thank you for the efforts you've put into this. And I think, David, you'll kind of kick us off, and then you and Mark teamed up on this one quite a bit, I presume. So I'll let you guys take it away from here.
Mayor, thank you. And members of council, I just want to start with a little prelude, and then I'll give an overview of what staff is going to request council take in terms of actions tonight. As most of you know, the Russian River watershed stretches from north of us from Ukiah to west of us to the Pacific Ocean near Jenner. We find ourselves in the midst of a historic drought. For reference, to date, we've received about 12.7 inches of rainfall during this current water year in Santa Rosa and a little over 13 inches of rainfall in Ukiah. A normal year in both of those areas is 36 to 37 inches. The historic drought, which occurred in 1976 and 1977, we received about 16 inches in Ukiah. So at this point in time, we're already below that historic drought that occurred in a very long period of time. So that kind of sets the context for the discussion item here tonight. What we're asking council to do is to receive a presentation that was prepared by city staff. I want to thank our city engineer for a lot of the data and information that is included in the presentation tonight. That's going to discuss the impact of the drought on our utility system, primarily our water utility. Following that presentation, I'd like to request Mayor and Council, you offer the opportunity for Don Seymour, who's a principal engineer with Sonoma Water, to provide some additional information about what's happening with respect to the Potter Valley project, as well as some of the actions that one of the largest water wholesalers in Sonoma County in the North Bay is doing to address the historic drought as well. Of course, tonight we have scheduled a public hearing. This hearing has been noticed in the newspaper. It is required before council considers the recommended action tonight to hold a public hearing in accordance with California Water Code Section 350. Ultimately, we're requesting that council consider a resolution declaring a stage 2 water shortage emergency, which would require mandatory water rationing with a water reduction target of 20 to 30%. And as you see, as we move through the presentation, we're going to hone in on a recommended specific target in terms of water reduction. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to our city engineer, Mark Rincon. Mark's going to walk us through a fairly detailed presentation on the drought and water shortage emergency. So Mark, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, David. Good evening, council members. So before you is a resolution to discuss, to address the droughts. And if you go to the next page, Irene, here's an outline of tonight's presentation. Basically, I'm just going to take a quick look at the water supply outlook, give you an update of what the conditions are and what we can expect for the remainder of the water year. There is a federal response to this drought, the Western United States. There's a state response to our local area. And then we have a lot of local activities happening to manage through the drought. And it's being very, it's managed through various agencies. And of course, City of Cloverdale is part of this collaborative efforts. And then we're going to outline some of the options for City Council to consider to conserve water during this drought. Next slide, please. So just a quick look at the 2021 droughts. This is year 2 of a dry period, I should say. Last year was not record breaking, but it was significantly dry. This year is record breaking. So we're heading into year 2 of a significant drought, and the water resources are reflective of that. Our local storage is reflective of that. The U.S. Corps of Engineers said it was the 3rd driest on record for the northern part of the Russian River. And this may be updated too, because this data was drawn a little bit earlier in the year, and it hasn't rained much since then. So you can imagine that, we're probably heading to a record. For the Lake Mendocino area, it goes, water record goes back 127 years. The year 1977 was the driest. I think we're going to break that, and year 1924 was the 2nd driest. So we're looking at historic proportion drought. State of California has issued a statement that the drought is a recurring feature in the state. And we know from experience that early action improves our response. Climatologists are predicting that 2021 will produce the worst Western drought in modern history. Next slide, please. So here's a quick outlook of the NOAA precipitation outlook. And you can see that the whole West Coast there is this dark brown, which means no rain. And this was projected, this data is a little old, about a week or two old. And again, it's coming true in terms of local rainfall here from this quote last storm. We only got a ½ an inch locally. So it really shows you that we did not get enough water to barely moisten the ground. Next slide, please. So here's the water supply outlook drought conditions. This is the drought map focusing on California. And you can see the red area is growing. The dark brown area is starting to encroach on our desert areas in Southern California. But those areas, those red areas, those dark brown areas will continue to grow, especially in Northern California, where right now you can see it's starting to encroach into some of our neighboring counties and into Sonoma County. So we can expect that to continue to grow as the year progresses. Next slide, please. So for Cloverdale precipitation, again, you can see the rainfall record we have at our unofficial rain gauge at the wastewater treatment plant. And it's unofficial because it's not a NOAA sanctified weather station, but nonetheless, we read it, we take daily readings on it, and it's been there now for about 10 years. And you can see what the average looks like at that rain gauge and what we've received there locally. And April, we're not going to see even a blip. I mean, it was not a significant month at all. So we will, when I update this for the next meeting, you won't even see blue on there. Next gauge, next slide. So here we go. We're looking at Lake Mendocino, which feeds the Russian River. And you can see from the photographs and from the graph that was provided by Sonoma Water, we're looking at a lake that's as dry as it has ever been. And if you look carefully at the lower right photo, there's Governor Brown giving his little speech in a dry lake bed. So that kind of indicates the scale and the magnitude of how dry that lake is. Next slide, please. So in terms of storage history, this graph is a little old as well, but I still believe it's going to be true that in terms of storage, this is the driest. And Don, you can, at the end of this presentation, you can definitely verify that it is going to be the driest this lake has ever seen. Next slide. And I just throw Lake Sonoma in this, not that it impacts the upper reaches of the river, but just to kind of show you that it too is significantly dry. You can see the dryness in terms of the banks there. You can see the high and dry areas, and also the boat launch is pretty low there. Next slide, please. Likewise, they are suffering from extremely low water reservoir levels at this point. Next slide. So the federal government has declared a California drought disaster. The U.S. Agricultural Secretary Tom Bislett designated 50 California counties as natural disaster areas because of the drought. Sonoma County has been designated as a primary natural disaster due to the current drought. And the Federal Bureau of Reclamation has also reduced its commitments to agricultural water agencies to a tiny percentage, reflecting the sobering fact that Northern California's major reservoirs, such as Shasta and Oroville, are only about half full from the 2 dry winters. So again, these are neighboring counties, neighboring areas, nothing to do with Russian River per se, but we too are suffering, probably even worse so than what the 2 reservoirs, Shasta and Oroville, are suffering. Next slide. So the state government has responded on April 21, Governor Newsom, in accordance with state constitution and statutes, including the California Emergency Services Act, proclaimed a state of emergency to exist in Mendocino and Sonoma counties due to a drought condition in the Russian River watershed. Next slide, please. State Water Resources Control Board has issued a letter throughout for all the water rights holders to reduce and conserve water. And it issued the following statement: ongoing dry conditions in most California watersheds, prepare for drought impacts statewide. So they're giving us the heads up that you better prepare. California, and especially the Russian River watershed, will experience water supply surges later this year. And that's probably an understatement, but I will not take Don's thunder from this, so he can explain a little bit more later. Next slide. So Sonoma County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution proclaiming a local drought emergency. Likewise, the county proclamation covers the entire Sonoma County operational area, including all 9 cities and special districts. The Board of Supervisors requested the governor seek a presidential disaster declaration for support for reimbursement of eligible expenses from FEMA. And of course, we've all been through this FEMA procedure, and they cover 75% of the cost. Local funding will cover probably not the full 25%, because the state Cal OES will help support as well. So Cloverdale is probably on hook for about 8%, 9%. Next slide. So the Russian River watershed, we work collaboratively with other agencies and irrigators, and we're trying to manage our way through this. So the Division of Water Rights encourages the city to develop cooperative management solutions that meet both local and state level needs. The Upper Russian River Watershed Managers Group has been monitoring the water supply conditions continuously now for about, since the water year started, because like I said, this is year 2 of a drought. The State Water Board and Sonoma County Water Agency have been providing updates to the water supply conditions. And Sonoma Water has been working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to develop an informed operating rules for storage reservoirs to maximize the water resources. In other words, they're adjusting the operating curve to reflect conditions, and it helped. This year, its value came through. Next slide, please. So the Division of Water Rights is encouraging the city to develop cooperative management solutions that meet both local and state level needs. Looks like this is a repeat. Yeah, now next slide, please. Upper Russian River Watershed Managers Group has initiated programs with irrigators to conserve water. State Water Resources Control Board called together Russian River watershed stakeholders to develop an extreme water conditions and being faced in the region. So we're like I said, again, we're working collaboratively, and we're trying to see if we can't get through this season all the way to the end of summer and early fall, so that we don't necessarily dry the river. The drought agreement is underway. Yes, okay. PG&E has informed FERC that it will not be putting water through the Potter Valley project, which was going to reduce the amount of inflow into Mendocino. That's 5,000 acre feet of inflow reduction, which when we're talking about Lake Mendocino could be less than 10,000 acre feet by October. That's half the amount. So that it's significant. State Water Resources Control Board has informed Russian River Response Group to coordinate a watershed response, and I attended my first meeting today on that. And again, it's going to be hard, but we'll have to get through this. And again, I'll let Don kind of speak to that a little bit. Next slide. So tonight, before you have a few options based on the Municipal Code, Chapter 13.05 on conservation of water supply. It establishes your authority to pursuant to state law, including state water code. And the council may declare a water shortage emergencies under what's listed right now in Chapter 1305 as 3 stages. A little out of date, but this will be updated. And so nonetheless, what we're focusing on right now is stage 2 mandatory rationing, and it's going to be a community cooperative method. Next slide, please. So basically, these are highlights of the 3 stages. And again, we're looking at stage 2. And so we're looking at community cooperative method, meaning we're looking at a gross level of conservation. If we can achieve that 25% goal, we're achieving the stage 2. But I just want to caution you that stage 2 for this year, for this water year, is just the first step, in my opinion. I think we're going to have to advance it even more so, especially as we come into these cooperative agreements and see where the water resources is. We're trying to stretch it out for the remainder of the summer and into the fall. And God willing, we're going to have a nice wet, fall, so that we can cease to eat our fingernails. But in the meantime, again, an introductory level, stage 2 is what I'm recommending tonight. Next slide. So this is just a simple graph on what our water production has been historically and what it would look like under a forecasted 20%, which is, we need to save more, and 30% as forecasted. The resolution provides this 20 to 30% reduction, but we are recommending 25. Non-essential water is prohibited. Non-essential water use is prohibited. And there'll be more points to that, but enforcement is voluntary. And that's the important thing. Right now, we're looking at voluntary enforcement. However, again, I caution the council that we may move to a higher stage, given that there is no more rainfall. Water usage goals are not met. Of course, like I said, we're going to move to a higher stage, stage 3 as defined right now in chapter 1305. But once we adopt more stages, then we'll probably advance that even more. Next slide. So this is a pretty wordy slide here, but it kind of, and I don't believe this was in your packet originally. We kind of introduced this morning, but it kind of outlines what to be non-essential, and it kind of outlines residential uses as excess that are needed. Basically, you're going to have to stop irrigating. Irrigation in excess of is really limited. And forgive me for stumbling through this, but I'm kind of reading it at this point. And non-residential use in excess of resulting from the application of the overall mandatory rationing requirement established by City Council. So basically, again, water stage 2, excess use forbidden, strictly forbidden. And we're looking at a healthcare, public safety use only at this point. And again, later this year, it may get worse. Next slide, please. And these are the nine total in terms of what stage 2 means. I won't bother reading them all, but you can see there's a significant, restrictions on use. And I'd like to point out number 8, for those who have new swimming pools, can't fill them. So, better luck next year. But again, we're going back to, this is nothing new to everybody, because we've been through this in 2014 and 2015, where, you'd go into a restaurant and you would have to ask for a glass of water. They wouldn't put one on your table and just kind of give it to you. So, we're going back to habits that we all developed in the past. And those of us who aged a little bit, remember 1976, 1977, when East Bay Mud ran a pipeline across the Richmond Bridge to help out Marin County during their water emergency during then. So we're to that point again. And we're going to have to look at some creative solutions to get through this year. And so, like I said, stage 2 is a stepping stone. I believe we're going to be going beyond stage 2. Next slide, please. So tonight we are recommending that we declare a stage 2 water emergency, set overall rationing goals of 25% or greater. And then, council has a discretion to declare or suspend new or enlarged connections to the city's water system. I know we have quite a number of developments in the pipeline right now, figuratively and literally. And so this is, council has the authority to suspend connections for now. There's several other steps involved in that, but I would let Jose kind of talk to that if necessary. It needs to be suspended by resolution, and either at the time the water shortage emergency is declared or anytime the resolution while the water shortage emergency exists. So you don't have to make that decision tonight. It can happen during this emergency. Next slide, please. So future next steps, again, we're looking at adopting the revised urban water management plan. That revised water management plan meets the six-stage goal, six stages of drought management that the state has implemented, and that we need to update our chapter 13.05 to reflect. This urban water management plan is out for public review, and once we get any comments on that, we will address them and then present it to council for review and adoption. And I believe there's a whole process for that as well. But this is just to mention that, you know, water is a very unique situation, in that we're updating our 2020 water plan, which is a 5-year, you know, every 5 years this needs to be updated. The next one will be 2025. But again, you know, water resources in California are short, and we always need to get creative in the ways we manage it. And again, let me emphasize that this stage 2 drought declaration is probably just an initial step. You know, we will be looking at adopting further water use reductions as needed to meet basin-wide water resources goals. Next slide, please. At this point, I'm going to look to either David or Susie to talk about the water rate surcharges as it relates to the reduction in water use.
Thank you, Mark. I'll take it over, and I do want to invite our finance director, Susie Holmes, to join me in this discussion. We wanted to give council an overview of water rate surcharges, because this is an integral component of declaring a water shortage emergency. Under the Cloverdale Municipal Code, once the council declares, and if the council declares a water shortage emergency, it does trigger water rate surcharges. Water rate surcharges don't apply to the entire bill. They only apply to the usage charge. So we're gonna walk you through an example here so you can see how a water rate surcharge would be addressed on a customer's bills. We do want to note that in most cases, if a customer meets the conservation targets, it will result in lower water bills than their current normal bills. However, if the customer does not meet those water use reduction goals and continues to use the same amount of water, they're very likely to have or experience higher water bills. Next slide. So under the water rate surcharge, and for a stage 2 water emergency, the water rate surcharge is currently 15%. The 15% does apply to the water usage charge. So we wanted to highlight here are different impacts on a customer's bills for the different water conservation targets of 20, 25, and 30%. As a reminder, staff is recommending a 25% conservation target. Under the current fee structure, the base charge for a 1-inch meter is $24.32. What we've provided here is examples of different water usage amounts in units, ranging from a low of 5 to a very high usage of 20. A typical family household in Cloverdale uses about 6 units of water. The current charge per unit of water, which is 676 gallons, is $4.75. So for the average household, the water usage charge currently is $28.50 for a total bill of $52.82. With the implementation of water rate surcharges at a 25% conservation target, so the usage charge for 6 units, rather than being $28.50, would be $24.58. And the total bill, as you can see to the very right of the slide, would be $48.90. You may want to come back to this and reference this for further discussion on water rate, the impact of water rate surcharges as is part of your discussion. And so just for next slide, Irene. What we also wanted to highlight here is, again, the 3 scenarios with the range between 20 and 30. Again, we're recommending the 25% conservation, which is, again, would trigger the 15% surcharge on the usage. What this reflects is the difference between a current invoice and the monthly bill with meeting that 25% reduction target. What we wanted to emphasize here is that if a customer meets the 25% target, there would be reductions in their monthly bill. So for a customer who normally uses 6 units of water per month, a 25% reduction would mean they would utilize 4.5 units. Their bill savings per month would be $4.50. So just want to kind of leave that there. This is really represents the end of staff's slide presentation. We want to open it up for questions, but prior to doing so, we may want to hear from Don Seymour because he has some additional facts to share with people and information about the job position.
Yeah, I'm thinking let's get all the information together and then we'll ask our questions at once. But I'm kind of scanning through to see if anybody really wants to make sure they ask something now. I'm not seeing anybody. Don, take us away, buddy.
Well, good evening, Mayor Turner and members of the council. I just appreciate the opportunity. I addressed the council back in, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Great. I addressed the council back in mid-March to provide a water supply update back then. And unfortunately, we haven't seen much improvement in the water supply condition, which Mark, I think, that he laid out very well. And I just want to commend the council for considering this resolution. It's really important. I can't overemphasize the seriousness of the water supply condition. I know there's been some comparisons with 2014. The situation is far beyond that right now for the Upper Russian River. And just to give you kind of perspective, it's really for two reasons. Number one, Lake Mendocino has already reached its maximum storage for the season. In the next week or so, it'll start being drawn down for the dry weather season. So that max storage right now is a little under 37,000 acre feet. And to give you perspective, in 2014, drawdown didn't start till the end of May, so a month later, and there was over 14,000 acre feet more water in the reservoir. So I think when I addressed you back in March, I described the situation as serious or challenging. I think it's now dire. We're really concerned that we're going to be able to manage releases from that reservoir, maintain minimum stream flow requirements, and still keep the reservoir above 10,000 acre feet by October 1. We're forecasting it could be well below 10,000 acre feet without really significant reductions in diversions from the system. And getting back to the other reason why the situation is really much worse than 2014. In 2014, PG&E filed a variance with Clerks to reduce flow requirements in their FERC license because they had very low storage levels in Lake Mendocino. And they do that because they actually have infrastructure that's at risk of catastrophic failure if the reservoir is drawn down too much. And they've done it many years they've had to do this. And in the past, they've spread that burden of those reducing releases from Lake Pillsbury to both flows below the project, below Cape Horn Dam, and transfers of Eel River water to the Russian River. But this year is quite different. They received a notice of intent to sue from the Friends of the Eel River. And basically, it's the position of both FERC and PG&E that if they tried to make any changes to flows on the Eel River side, it would require a Section 7 consultation with NIPS, which would take months and months, and it would delay any reductions in releases from Lake Pillsbury, really risking that facility. And so they're placing the entire burden on transfers of Eel River water into the Russian River, both to provide water under a water supply contract with the Potter Valley Irrigation District, and then also a minimum release they're required to make into the East Branch Russian River. And so we're really forecasting that there's going to be little or no transfer actually making it to to Lake Mendocino. And so this kind of gets to what Mark was discussing, these bringing the Upper Russian River folks together, looking at these voluntary drought agreements, basically trying to put water rights aside to make sure that whatever water is available is first make sure that these municipalities, the 70,000+ folks that live on the Upper Russian River, receive health and safety requirements. And then, if there's anything left over, well, we'll see where that goes. And so it's really concerning. But I believe at the time I addressed the council back in March. I indicated that Sonoma Water had filed a temporary change petition in January. That was approved by the state board. It only affected the Upper Russian River, and it resulted in the Upper Russian River being put in a critical water year type, which has saved a fair amount of water, over 4,000 acre feet, because it brought the minimum stream flow requirement down to 25 CFS. However, that order expires in the end of July. And so we're actually in the process of filing another temporary change petition. So it extends that critical water year type on the Upper Russian River well to, close, to December or so. It's 180 days. So it'll depend on when an order is issued approving our petitions. But we had held off including the Lower Russian River at the time because it really wouldn't have affected how we were managing flows for the Lower River because of incoming Chinook and Steelhead at that time. However, and we also wanted to see if water supply conditions improved. And as Mark showed you in his slides, it hasn't improved, neither not for Lake Mendocino, but not for Lake Sonoma. And so we will be requesting to go to critical minimum stream flows on the Lower River. And in addition, Sonoma Water is going to be committing to a reduction in our diversions from the Russian River by 20% compared to last year to also preserve storage. Lake Mendocino, I would describe as in a very dire situation. Lake Sonoma still has over 150,000 acre feet, but if we continue in these dry conditions next year, Lake Sonoma is going to be in the same position as Lake Mendocino, and it serves a population of over 60,000 people. So this is the situation we're in, and like I said, I really commend the council for considering this resolution. And I unfortunately I agree with Mark that both David and Mark will be coming to you in the next 6-8 weeks and potentially asking for additional reductions, which I know are painful for your community. But the whole goal with the work we're doing with the stakeholders in the Upper Russian River, what Sonoma Water is doing, and what we're doing with the state board is to preserve enough storage so that there's water supply well into the next winter when we hopefully will receive rain. So we're going to be able to meet health and safety needs, because it would be catastrophic if that couldn't occur. I mean, there is no water source once that's gone. You're not going to be trucking in water, from anywhere. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I'm sorry for the distressing news, but this is what it is. And I just want to add one more thing. This is the type of situation where stakeholders can draw a line in the sand, go into their own silos and try to survive it by themselves, kind of the Hatfields and McCoys, or this can bring the region together and we can solve this and get through it and look for solutions in the future that will improve our resiliency and reliability. So, when we face these, and we'll face these in the future, we know it through climate change, we know it through tree ring data. This is not going to go away. That it's really going to take the region working collectively to be able to handle this in the future.
All right, thank you so much, Don. David, any closing comments or anything before I open it up to the council for questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In summary, you can see what staff has outlined for you is really the significance of the situation that we find ourselves in relative to the drought. we are asking council tonight to take bold action with setting a 25% reduction in our water usage. We recognize that it's a tremendous impact to our community. But with that said, what we're trying to do is stave off what might be a more significant impact and moving toward really minimum health and safety water usage. There are various debates about what minimum water usage means. Our Cloverdale Municipal Code provides that as 65 gallons per capita per household. So it's a very stringent amount of water use that we ultimately could move towards. But we think 25% is a good starting point. But we also recognize that it's a difficult challenge and a difficult decision to make. But we think it's the right thing to do given the severity of the drought that we're experiencing. And we're happy to entertain any questions the council may have about this item. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Dawn, for the information. It's a little bit to absorb there. So do we have any kind of questions or comments from council at this time based on the information you received in the staff report? Vice Mayor Cruz, please.
Yes, I would like to ask Kevin and David, what is the policy regarding pre-approved developments for the city? And what impact is that going to have on impact fees that we're supposed to get?
The council does have the option to adopt a resolution. We don't have it prepared tonight at a later date to limit the number of connections, and that would be a new connection. So the ordinance does not say building permits per se. It does say connections. So a project could move forward with planning entitlements and planning commission and council and do site work and grading and even pull building permits. But if the council did elect to adopt a resolution with a moratorium on new connections, then the project would have to sit and wait until the drought is over. Or I understand from Councilmember Walter, when we did this in the past, each project would come forward when they got to that point and ask for a connection. My opinion is that most of the projects coming through now are pretty far off and would not require too many new connections this year. Mark might have a different opinion about that, but a lot of the projects are still on paper and would require planning approval or building permit approval and a lot of site work. I think a developer could spend the money to get their project approved and then maybe wait to see what happens from that point. But the big difference is we through our ordinance, we don't have the ability to deny a project to apply and go through the planning process. We would, if the council adopted that resolution, ultimately say you can't hook up to water yet and you'd have to wait. But they could get pretty far along in the process before that provision would kick in if the council adopted that resolution.
May I ask Mayor, Councilmember Walter to talk about his experience with this type of situation, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Bagby may remember this as well, but it was when Al King was developing his property, Sunrise, to the south of town. We were in a similar situation. I forget what year it was, but it was really devastating. And he chose to go ahead. He pulled his permits, and he knew that every time he came to us to do a hookup for water, we would have to assess the situation to see where it was in our comfort level. But he went ahead and built
2014, Gus?
I'm sorry?
I want to say 2014, because that was the last. I think that was the last major drought. I could be wrong, but I think it was 2014.
Yeah. Anyhow, he chose to go ahead. He pulled his permits. He built his houses. He did nothing on spec, but they were custom ordered. And then when they were done, he'd come and try and get a permit. So, and it worked well for us. So, and while I have the mic, if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, there's just, I have quite a few things, but I just wanted to share with you. At the supervisors meeting this morning, I was listening to, and they were talking about the drought. And Don, this is something I'm sure you can weigh in on, but they felt that, and they're going to look into this, they could expand the holding capacity of Lake Mendocino by getting in there now while it's in such a drought condition and remove all the silt from the bottom and push it up on the banks, making the lake deeper and expanding its capacity. And any thoughts on that? I thought that was a pretty good idea. I know city staff told the supervisors it would be very expensive to do that. But do you have any thoughts on expanding capacity of Lake Mendocino?
Oh, you're on mute, Don.
Thank you for the question, Councilman Walter. I would only say that it's such a massive amount of sediment. You don't even use the unit cubic yards, cubic feet, cubic yards. The sediment in the reservoir, what you would think of as an acre feet. And so to make a dent, you're talking about millions of truckloads of sediment and just massive amounts of equipment. And you would have to get it beyond the banks. You'd have to get it out of the reservoir. And then there's also an issue with, there's a lot of natural mercury in our region that ends up in those reservoirs and it gets concentrated. And so you would have an issue of disposal. So I know it comes up a lot, but it's just such a massive amount of material. You're talking about years and years of actually trying to move it. I think what we should emphasize is what Mark brought up in his presentation. It was forecast informed reservoir operations that's been implemented by a steering committee of state and state agencies, Sonoma Water, federal agencies, Scripps Institute. It's been going on since 2014. We've been implementing forecast informed reservoir operations at Lake Mendocino under what's called a major deviation to the flood control manual. And in Mark was referring in 2020, which is a very dry year too, using forecast informed reservoir operations, it gave the Corps the ability at their discretion to store an additional 11,000 acre feet up in the flood control pool. So it creates this what we call the FURO buffer pool, which is above the water conservation pool that Sonoma Water manages and is in that flood control pool. And they were both between some very well-timed storm events in January, but also Potter Valley project transfers that occurred in February. They were able to manage, get storage at the top of that pool, which resulted in Lake Mendocino having an additional 11,000 acre feet going into the dry season. As you can imagine where we'd be right now if we hadn't had that 11,000 acre feet. Now, I'm not saying it would be, it's one-to-one. We certainly would have managed the reservoir differently if we hadn't had that water. We used it for additional flows for beneficial uses, but certainly Lake Mendocino would probably be close to 30,000 acre feet right now if we hadn't had that in place. And that's currently, we submitted a request for another major deviation for the next 5 years to actually get us through to where we can make those changes permanently in the flood control, by updating the flood control manual. And unfortunately, this year was so dry that we never even approached the flood control pool.
All right, Councilmember Bagby, please.
I just want to make a comment at this point and to reiterate that, we can start throwing out ideas about, oh, well, should we stop all development? Should we bulldoze the lakeshore at Lake Mendocino, even though we don't know what we're talking about? what we're here to do tonight is really talk about the emergency that's here. And, the best way to conserve water is to take this next step. So I'd like to, I don't want to curtail debate, but I think we need to stay on the subject. And actually, one of the things I was going to ask Gus to confirm, I don't know if he's lived in California long enough, but I thought you were going to say, I thought you were going to say, Gus, Melanie might remember the drought of 1976, 77, which I do. And he probably just didn't want to, he didn't want to push admitting that he knew how old I was, which I don't have any shame about. So that's fine.
I didn't want to date you.
Exactly. That you're such, always a gentleman. But I will admit to being a kid in Sonoma County in 76 and 77. And I do, remember it very well. I had two older sisters who, wanted to take showers and go out on dates, and they were not very happy and they wanted to wash their car, and they want to do all that kind of stuff that teenagers want to do. And, my mom really put her foot down and as to, water conservation in our house. And the reason she did that is that she's in real estate, and she was a real estate developer in this county. And I know it was discussed. I can't remember if they actually did it, but I know that there were municipalities that did have to go as far as putting moratoriums on new hookups, for a time being until the water situation was resolved. And I think that we have to keep in mind that it's a definite possibility, but it's not where we are tonight. Where we are tonight is we need to let the public know what the situation is, and that we are going to take appropriate steps to address it now. And we're going to continue to, monitor this extremely closely and make the best decisions that we can with the information that we have at the time as the situations change. As far as how the city handled the development in 2014, I think that was a great approach. It was just that, yes, we can do this now, or no, you're going to have to wait. And I would point out too that the state of California has what are called show me the water laws. We are restricted we're going to be restricted in new hookups if it doesn't fall into our water budget. But again, we're just not there yet. In addition, the developments that we have, in the pipeline, they're pretty far off. And I think I would just caution the council to start overreacting when developments might be 2-3 years down the road, and we don't know what next winter or the subsequent winter is going to look like. I think that you need to prepare for the absolute worst and make sure that we have our policies ready to go on that. But we also need to take those intermediate steps and not overreact, prematurely. So I'm hoping that we can stay on this topic, and move this item forward and start educating the public about what it is that we're going to need to do as a community to pull together. The last drought year, Cloverdale, I'm very, proudly remember that the city, the residents of Cloverdale per capita cut back on their water consumption more than any other city in Sonoma County. And that's something to be really proud of. They knew that we had an emergency and people responded. They understand the climate in which we live and that we need to pull together and address the immediate issue we have right now and plan for the future. So, I know we need to have public comment and answer questions, but I'm hoping that we move forward with this item tonight. And also, just as, for staff, that we would instruct staff that we need to start publicizing these water conservation opportunities that both residents and businesses have. There is financing through Skype. There are opportunities through rebates with Sonoma Clean Power. There are the Bain Run programs that are coming online. And of course, our partnership that we of the water saving partnership that we signed on to. So we just need to make sure that we get that, push that information out to residents who are hungry for that information. I mean, I know I had a conversation with a resident over the summer saying, you know, she moved into this lovely house and it had a ton of grass. And she's like, you know, my grandkids are grown, not to mention my kids. And I said, well, you know, if we are able to come up with a Cash for Grass program, you'll be my first person to reach out to. So, you know, those are the kinds of opportunities that we need to start looking for and help our, you know, the residents and the businesses take advantage of those programs moving forward. So I'm hoping that we'll support this and that we will move forward with this resolution tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Bagby. Councilmember Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Bagby's comment was actually part of mine as well, my comment before my question. The last drought we had, our community came together voluntarily and saved quite a bit of water. They conserved more than what we had asked for, and I thought that was a very good thing back then. So with that point, I'm wondering why we're stepping stage one and giving our community the opportunity to conserve water voluntarily again, since they stepped up to the plate last time for us to do so well.
I'll be happy to answer that question. Really, it's more of a percent target. Stage one doesn't offer that level of conservancy. And so that's why we're jumping to a stage two, because we need mandatory, and we need mandatory at least 25%, if not more. I'm hoping that people will take the 25% and run it to 30, 35%, because that's what we're going to be needing as the year progresses. So it's not that we wanted to jump. I mean, really, I had contemplated last year as a stage one declaration in the summertime, but we kind of just ignored it for now because of all the other situations we were dealing with fire and pandemic. And now we've got the second year of a drought, and we need to go to stage two, in my opinion.
I think that our community has shown that they're adults, and they should be given that opportunity to be voluntary with this before we have to do mandatories. I think that I understand that it won't take long to get to a stage two or stage three, and I completely support that. I just think that we should start at stage one and see what our community can do when they pull together. My second question is, we talk about 25% to 30%. 25 to 30% less than what? Then what date are we comparing to for our community? I thought I had heard 2013. However, I don't know what that is for sure.
Councilmember Lance, that's your question. And City Recon. The recommendation tonight is for council to set a target of between 20 and 30%. Of course, staff's recommendation is for a 25% target. What that reflects is the 20 to 30 is based on current consumption by individual customers. So each individual customer would be asked to meet the target reduction standard set by council this evening. So if you set, let's say a 20%, each individual customer would then be asked to save 20% water usage on their individual household consumption.
Okay. I was just curious, just because of the fact that we're already, millions of gallons less than we were back during our last drought, and we're still maintaining that. So I was wondering if it was going to be off of those numbers or current, and that answered for me.
And actually, I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure that the question was answered, because were you saying, because I'm curious about this too, are we saying that you have to have a 25% reduction from April of 2020? Or so, yeah, what's the number that reduction is based on? I'm sorry, Councilmember Lance, is that what you were asking?
No, yeah. So basically, I want to know what the target is. So is it a moving target? Is it May to May? Is it May of 2013 to May of 2021? So I didn't know what the actual date was of when this was going to, if I hit 15% of when, or, and am I going to be penalized? If I hit 25%, am I great of what?
Well, and I think that's a really important question. I'm sorry, Mayor Turner, I'm jumping in. I think it's a really important question because, I don't irrigate during January, but we definitely water our garden in June. So yeah, what's that 25% reduction based on? Is it based on that month from last year, or how is that first number arrived at?
And real quick, so happy to have the clarification, but when we return, Todd does have the floor. So thank you.
I'm done. Sorry.
Well, I'd like to address that. The target can be a moving target. I prefer to leave it fixed for max, a max month comparison. So we would be looking at a July, August kind of range, September. And keeping it at that, because it's really hard for people to say, oh, well, let's see, I consumed so much in April, so now I need to do this month. And it's just easier for people to manage their water budget based on a specific, and especially around here, then the summer team, is our max consumption months. And so by targeting that month and that consumption, we're looking at eliminating outside irrigation. We just can't I drove home today and there's somebody sprinkling their nice fresh green lawn, and all that water's running down the sidewalk and down the gutter. And I felt like stopping and knocking on that door, but I said, well, let me make sure that the drought is proclaimed first before I go and do something like that. But again, it's going to be a community effort, and we try to target, that max month so that people are not so confused. And then, as we continue to elevate the conservation targets, people have a better idea of what those are.
And Mayor, if I may jump in, and Mark, maybe you could add a little more information. The title does say of the resolution, 20 to 30%. I think staff's recommending 25 from 2020 water use, correct? That's kind of what you're measuring it from, the 2020 water use. So I know that Councilmember Lance was asking what year are we looking at? And I think that the resolution itself says from the 2020 water use.
You are correct, Jose. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
much. I
much.
appreciate that clarification as well, Todd. Have the floor back, please.
Yes. And just one last comment is I completely support the suspending of the water connections. I know it might be minimal, but I've mentioned this in the past probably 6 meetings that we don't have the resources already. So why add to them? It's our problem. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I have one here real quick. David, go right ahead.
I just wanted to mention that in order for council to implement the suspension of new connections, we would need to look at that. I believe that you may need to set the target at 25% to implement the restrictions, the suspension of new connections are provided for in the municipal code. But let us take a look at that while you continue your deliberations, because I just want to make sure that the council bases their decision tonight to recommend staff consider or bring back suspension of new connections, that we have the right percentage for you to consider.
Yeah. So I have a quick question here, if I may. It's kind of a hypothetical, just to help everybody understand. So as several council members have mentioned, in 2014 or 2013, whatever, just allow me the flexibility for the hypothetical. Man, I changed the game, just changed it. I ripped the pool out, hot tub had to go, no more grass, all low flow. I mean, everything, just changed the game. Everything's drought tolerant. Fast forward to 2020, I've been maintaining that lifestyle. I don't water, and this isn't me personally, I don't have this level of discipline, but the hypothetical me that's out there, I don't water more than I have to. My kids never forget to turn the faucet off when they're washing their hands. None of that stuff. I mean, on point. And now we're asking for a 25% water reduction. And they don't, because where do you want me to reduce, right? What I'm hearing from it is the enforcement is voluntary in a sense to where I'm not doing anything that has water running down the street. I ain't washing the car and it's not seeping out of my lawn. So Mark's not going to come knock on my door, but my bill is going to go up by some amount, right? Because I'm not going to change my usage at all. Where do you want me to reduce from based on all the good habits that I created from 2013 or 14 or whatever to now? What does that cause and effect look like?
Well, let me kind of answer that. This is right now, stage 2 is a community effort. So, you've done your job, you've been conserving since day one, and I wouldn't expect you to cut back from that amount. The community support is necessary because there's a lot of, you drive around town and there's a lot of outdoor irrigation and it looks beautiful and it looks lush. And unfortunately, it's the wrong climate for that kind of, turf, to have turf out there. I mean, I got a massive green turf here next to me that I would love it if it would just disappear and become something more appropriate for this region, So those are the steps that we're going to have to start looking to, not necessarily the person who's absolutely minimized your water use and God forbid if he should use another gallon, per person per day. But we're looking for community-wide efforts. And you're right, you may get, I'm not going to speak to the water rates because, I don't have that memorized. It's a financial thing. The only thing I know is that the operations continues to operate and there's no reductions in operations. Even if you make less water, does not necessarily mean less labor. So that's my point there. But so stage 2 is a community effort. And even as we advance to the other stages, it's still going to be a community effort because there are those in this town that use more than what I would consider reasonable given, the amount of landscaping that has put in it. And, people have every right to put in landscaping, but maybe they need to start thinking about putting in other systems to irrigate that landscaping if they want to keep it Hawaiian-like, in California. So that's just my opinion. There's no easy answer through this. All I know is that as a community, we need to work through this.
Okay, let's do, I think, Susie, did you want to clarify a little bit there? Is that why I saw the hand go up?
I just wanted
go right
to,
ahead.
I did some quick little things. And if you normally use 6 units of water, then your bill would increase $9.02 if you do not change your habits at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, people don't
John,
change their habits and choose to throw their money at the problem, which is their prerogative if the check clears, right? But that could be actions that advance us quicker into a stage 3, possibly. I mean, I'm not trying to pre-write a book that isn't here, but, ultimately stage 2, do what you want. It might move us closer to stage 3 and you need to have money to throw at it. To give it the just really 6th grade version, but anyway, all right, thank you. You definitely answered my question. Susie, I appreciate the confirmation. Councilmember Walter had his hand go up, and then we'll go to Councilmember Lance, please.
Yeah, just one quick question. Tell us how this stage 2 is going to affect the Bear Republic and the Wolf House Brewery, Pay Winery. How's this going to affect them, Mark?
Well, I'm going to have a conversation with them. Obviously, the wineries, that comes from the water that comes from the grape. They don't use a lot of water per se. The brewery definitely, and I know that brewery's been set up for a certain production level, and they've been picking it up lately. They too are going to have to pay a surcharge. They're going to have to make some economic adjustments because, I don't think they're going to charge more for beer. Even though probably people will start consuming more. I don't know. But the problem is that there's going to be a surcharge, and especially for their size meter is substantial. So I will be having a conversation with them because it's going to get to a point where production will need to curtail significantly. And I don't know what their economics is and what their breakpoints are in terms of what makes it, a reasonable operations to keep sustaining that level. But when it comes to life safety, a brewery is not a life safety item. Industry is not a life safety item. You're getting down to fundamentals here. And if we get to that point, if we don't manage this well, and we get to that point later this year, we're going to have to have a serious conversation about where does this go. And it involves more than just engineering. It involves, legal. And I'm looking to Jose, how do we work through this to tell, industry and commercial to cease. I don't know. I don't have the answers to that, but I know for stage 2, it will be economics for them and their business model.
Thank you. Councilmember Lands?
I apologize for having one more question. How does this work with the L&L districts and their contracts that say that you have to keep the grass green?
Well, luckily, the state of California gives us the authority to suspend those kind of services because they don't fall into that life safety category. Our city parks are all the irrigation that you see around town is going to cease. You're going to see some trees die. You're going to see definitely the lawns turn brown. The sports fields, people are going to complain because the sports fields are going to look brown. And I know people like to play ball on nice soft turf, but dirt lot baseball is going to be it for a while until we get through this. And for lighting and landscape, I don't know specific on each of those and what the law is, but I know that statewide, the state of California does authorize suspension of those kind of activities if it comes down to a life safety and the public trust.
And is that where the stage 1 versus stage 2 would come in? So if we had stage 1 as voluntary, you couldn't do that?
You're probably right on that. I don't have an answer for stage 1 versus stage 2 in terms of the L&Ls, but I would say yes. But I'm looking for a significant reduction in irrigation in stage 2, simply because that's where the bulk of our potable water is used, other than for human consumption.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we open it up to the public? All right. Irene, do you mind taking over that? I don't want to take your job anymore. You want to let me know if any, we must be after 9 o'clock. I'll be damned, 9:42. Okay. Yes, Irene, if you'd be so kind, or any hands raised?
Yes, we have, there you go.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Christina. I'm sorry about that. Go right ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to mention that we pointed out that new swimming pools weren't to be filled. And that's something that I think that the community, we all know that it gets very hot here in Cloverdale. In fact, today was one of those hot days, and it's just the beginning. And so that's something that we need to start thinking about as a city, thinking about being a partner with the city pool, because families are going to need to have something to do. Kids are going to need to exercise and be outside. So we're going to have to start using those resources and think about extending those hours, because I know that people will be filling up their pools if something is not done there. So that's one point that I want to make. Another one is that you're asking us to lower our usage by 25%. That's wonderful if it's across the board. But if we don't put across and make it known that we are going to be putting a freeze on new water hookups, how is that fair to our residents? How is that fair to say to us, hey, the people that have been here and made Cloverdale a home for many years, decades, generations, you are going to be reducing your water by 25%. Otherwise, it's going to cost you more. But yet, we're going to be allowing new water hookups. That doesn't make sense. And that's going to cause more distrust between our community and our council and our leaders. And so right now, one thing besides water, which is a very important commodity, which we all need to sustain, but trust is also very important. And so I urge this council and everybody here to really think about that, the message that we need to put across. We also need to invest time in outreach and promoting these different Skype water city partnership, the rebates from Sonoma Clean Power, because I know that it took us many hours, many weeks to put in a drip system. And a lot of people don't know about that, but there needs to be more outreach and more education. So yes, we can all do our part. I know that I love my landscaping. I'll be the first one to say it on the record. I love it, but I'm going to have to make some very serious changes. I'm going to have to recycle my bath water. I'm going to have to start taking baths, but I'm going to do what I'm going to do to make sure that I can have something to be proud of. And with my restrictions. So thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Any other hands raised, Irene?
Yes. Next, we have Linda.
Awesome. Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, hi. I just didn't hear, and I want to clarify. So is this just the city of Cloverdale, or is this everyone that's supported by Mendocino Reservoir, or is it everyone in the whole region that's being asked to do this?
It is a basin-wide so we're talking about Sonoma County and Mendocino County, but there are other counties throughout the state, because this is not unique to the Russian River Basin. It is happening throughout the state, and that's why the governor has stepped in and proclaimed, I believe, I don't remember the number of states, but significant, most of the states in the state of California. And Don, by all means, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the states, most of the counties in the state have been declared a drought disaster.
So does that mean they're all going to this stage 2?
Everyone has a unique approach in terms of managing their water resources. I think here in Russian River, we're in much worse shape than our neighboring watersheds. So I would say that's probably not true that everyone's doing stage 2, but everyone's going to be cutting back. I know that for sure. Whether it's at a certain stage level or an advanced stage is it like a regional decision based on the water resources available.
So just to help me still understand, does that mean when you say the basin in our area, does that mean that Geyserville and Healdsburg and are going to do the same thing that we're doing? Or are they going to be able to say voluntary, or what? Is this all apples and apples?
We're trying to be apples and apples, and that's why we're working collaboratively with other agencies and irrigators in the area. And Don, perhaps you can speak to some of our neighbors and what they're doing right now. I know the Board of Supervisors addressed it this morning. And so, Don, if you wouldn't mind helping me through this question, but I'm focused on Cloverdale, but I am working with the other agencies around us.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. So, Linda, to answer your question, Mark's right. This is happening throughout the state, but it is different degrees. No one's affected by drought the same. It's something that kind of creeps in and affects different regions differently based on their water, their water supply portfolio. So to answer your question regarding the Upper Russian River, which is everything upstream of Dry Creek, which does not have access to, water in Lake Sonoma. The Upper Russian River is in a much more dire situation because of its dependence on a much smaller reservoir. And so that's why Mark attended for his first time this meeting this group of folks that are meeting that's been put together by the State Water Resources Control Board, the Division of Water Rights, that includes a number of stakeholders, both municipal and ag in Mendocino and Sonoma counties. And it's the goal that everybody's going to be feeling the same pain to achieve the preserving storage in Lake Mendocino, so that at some point there's going to continue to be water, at least for health and safety for everyone. So yes, Healdsburg's going to be going to their city council on May 3rd, I believe, or next week. Geyserville is managed and operated by Cal-Am. They're a private water company, so they're regulated by this CPUC, and so they'll be going to the Public Utilities Commission requesting the similar types of reductions, and knowing that they may have to go back again, as Mark's mentioned, that this may not be enough.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to second what some other people were saying about, I don't think we should be adding any new construction at this point, no new water to new whatever. And I agree that the brewery is not it's not a dire straits need. So I'm glad to hear that these are things that are being looked at, because we can't just keep bringing more people into the communities when we have no water, and we can't be wasting it on making beer. So I appreciate all the hard work that was put into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Irene, any other hands raised?
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
All right,
Mayor.
we'll give it a couple. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this might be a good time for the letter we got. Thank you, David.
I wanted to take the opportunity to, while you took public testimony, to share an overview of the provisions in the municipal code regarding suspension of new connections, as I was providing feedback to Councilmember Lands. And I'm gonna just take this opportunity so I don't misspeak to kind of read the language within the municipal code. Basically, it says that the council shall have the discretion to implement a suspension by resolution.
David, you keep breaking up. I don't know if everyone else can hear you, but you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay.
Are you able to share your screen by chance, David? Is that appropriate with what you have in front of you there, where we can see it also?
I'm not, but maybe Irene could share section 13.05.030 of the Cloverdale Municipal Code.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not that you cut out per se. It's almost like the quality of your mic fades in and fades out. You get kind of a distant echo and then you come back real clear. And then you get kind of a distant echo and then you come back real clear.
Got it. I'll try to speak clearly. The Cloverdale Municipal Code does allow for council to suspend new connections at either a stage 1, a stage 2, or a stage 3. What the difference is in terms of the restrictions that apply under each of those stages. And they're more restrictive at a stage 1. They're less restrictive at a stage 1, more restrictive, it's increasing restrictions relative to each stage. And the 25% reduction target provides for the most greatest level of stringency relative to new service connections.
Okay. So it kind of gets rid of some of those usurp instances, David, if we do 25% where people can outweigh our limits.
Right. It requires. Go ahead, Jose.
No, I'm sorry, David. I was just, and I know you were coming in and out a little bit, David, but I know the code has, and I will say, even with the code, as Mark mentioned, one thing that we will be doing as well is looking at updating the code, which will clarify, and looking at the code now when we're trying to, obviously going through deciding, when staff was deciding what stage to recommend, we did look at this section of suspension of new connections to city water system. And I think the presentation did mention that the council can do it by resolution at any time while the emergency is declared, and at any stage. And if you see in that section, it does say during any period of time that the council declares a suspension of new connections as described in subsection A of this section, no new and large connections shall be made to the city's water system except the following. And then there's the exceptions that David was talking about. The exceptions are different depending on what stage you're talking about and depending on what level of conservation. What we're looking at now is there's a level of less than 25%. What we're looking at now, obviously with the recommendation, is during stages 2 and 3, if the overall mandatory rationing requirement is equal to or greater than 25%, connection of property for which the applicant has obtained, and this is one of the exceptions, has obtained all approvals required for development except potable water supply, agrees to defer installation of turf landscaping until after the suspension period, and either retrofits good quality water conservation fixtures and devices. And then it has examples of what in 5 existing single family detached dwelling units served by the city, or pays the city $1,500 per equivalent single family detached dwelling unit for which water service is being applied. And then there's some explanation of what that money is going to be used for. There's also a section stating that when people move forward, or when developers move forward, it's at their own risk. During the suspension period, applications for water service will be processed only if the applicant acknowledges in writing that such processing shall be at the risk and expense of the applicant, and that if the application is approved in accordance with the city's regulation, such approval shall confer no right upon the applicant or anyone else until the suspension period has expired. And then it goes on. One thing that we're going to be looking at is how to clarify that language so it's very clear on the intent of the council. If we were given direction to continue to look at that, there's also a difference between connections and permits. And that's something kind of we're also looking at. And then we're also, this starts getting complicated because we're also looking at affordable housing issues and affordable housing laws about what you can do to stop development. Now, development's one thing, connections another. If we have no water, how could we give people permits to hook up, right? One thing, and again, not to keep adding things, but one thing we're also looking at is the county actually declared an emergency, not an emergency under kind of stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, but actually an emergency under the Emergencies Act, kind of like what we did for COVID, for the fires, et cetera. David and I were actually talking about preparing something very similar, declaring an emergency, given the drought, given the water conditions as well. With that, it will also give kind of an additional layer of potential orders related to the emergency for life and health and safety issues that the Director of Emergency Services, which is a city manager, can make, with then being ratified, of course, and approved by the council. So again, we're looking at all types of flexibility, especially when it comes to development, to keep providing options as these conditions get worse. Knock on wood, we do a great job. The conservation is great and everybody does it. But in planning for the future and development, even potential moratoria on development, et cetera, we do have those things floating around, and that's on the table as we keep discussing this issue. And sorry, I know that was very long-winded and a lot of reading, so I apologize for all that information.
It was very lawyery, so we've come to expect it from you.
It's just part of the title, right?
All right. Any other questions or clarifying comments on that aspect? And David, Irene, and Jose, thank you for taking the moment while we were deliberating to look up those details. While I may tongue in cheek a little bit, I am genuinely appreciative of the efforts. Any other questions? Any hands raised in the public before I bring it back to the dais?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment and we'll bring it on back. Any comments or any actions that are available? How do we want to move forward with this? What's the appetite? Councilmember Baggy, please.
Yeah, I just a comment. I mean, I just really appreciate the city attorney, going into that level of detail, because I think it really shows that we do have a loose framework with which to deal with the situation. This isn't the first time that Cloverdale has dealt with drought, but we have tools to deal with it. And if we need to put a finer point on things because this drought turns out to be more severe, longer, or whatever, we can meet that challenge at the time. I also would just urge, my fellow council members and members of the community too. I really do take to heart what the city engineer was saying about, beer isn't an emergency, because that really does put this into perspective. Is that's what we need to be prepared for. But we would be remiss as part of this discussion if we didn't mention that, Bear Republic has been an incredible partner with this city, and they helped finance, some of the work of they paid their fees in advance to help us, create new wells and invest in infrastructure. And they've been a really responsible partner with this community. And it's not just that they make beer, they employ so many residents, and they're a really important part of our economy. So I would really, urge members of the community where, I'm taking this very seriously, but let's not get to a point where we cause a panic or a rush or a disruption in an unnecessary disruption in the economic health of this community. Bear Republic is, and Wolf Brewery, Wolf House, they're a badge of honor for us. And they're a great corporate citizen and they're great partners with us. So before we start panicking and pointing fingers about, what's essential and what isn't, let's really, let's reach out to them in the spirit of partnership that they've always worked with us. And let's not create a panic that it's unnecessary and is going to hurt relationships with those businesses. And quite frankly, two of the greatest employers in this community. That's just what I would put caution on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Bagby. Councilmember Walter.
Yeah, just real quick to piggyback on Councilmember Bagby's praise for Bear Republic. When they were in Hillsburg during the last big drought that we had, they halted production on beer and they filled their big containers up with water in reserve and held that for the city. So it maximized some of the capacity that they had. So they are a good partner to Cloverdale and our community.
Okay. Thank you, guys. So we have some action before. Councilmember Lands, please.
Sorry, I just figured last opportunity. I just would really want to have our council think about starting at stage 1 to give the community the ability to do this voluntarily and step up to the plate. They've done, as we're sitting here talking about how our businesses already do it for us, our community already did it over and above. Why would we go and impose more fees and stuff right out the gate? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and the opportunity to need stage 2. Give us somewhere to move to.
Thank you, Councilmember Lands. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recommend the item by title only.
Okay.
And if I may, before you get a second, I'm sorry to interrupt. Councilmember Bagby, would that be with I know the title, it does say 20 to 30%. I know that staff's recommendation was to change that to 25%, both in the title and then also in the now therefore be it resolved to reflect 25% instead of just the loose 20 to 30%.
Absolutely. And I think it's important to do that because I think that we need to communicate to the community how serious this is. And we know that we can trust, the majority of folks to do what they did in the last drought, but it's those outliers that Mark was talking about earlier. And they don't necessarily take water saving as a way of life. And they need to hear that this is really serious. And if we don't take action now, this could have a huge impact on our local economy and our quality of life and our public safety. So I think that that's why I'm supporting moving forward with stage 2. And as the city attorney reminded me, recommending that 25% reduction.
Listening.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
So before we call for the roll call, one of the things that's very important to me that if we do this 25% in the stage 2, bypassing stage 1, is we honor the optics that has been identified by not only the council, but the community. And so I'd like to see an item brought back to ensure that we look at a moratorium or suspending what our options are for new connections. To me, that's very important for the optics if we're going to skip stage 1.
Well, and I think as the city attorney mentioned, is that those are stronger under stage 2.
Mm-hmm.
And it will enable us to act more quickly. And perhaps we need to refine them, but that's what stage 2 effectively does for us. It sends that message as well.
Can I just get a nod, Jose, that's just interpreted correctly? It's not that I don't trust, right? It's just for the sake of the recording in the community. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, and we've done it in the past. So in 2014, we've done it. So there's a resolution out there doing the suspension. We're going to go ahead and take that and get that, look at it again, look at it with the code, and then definitely provide those options to the council.
Thank you. Okay. Irene, if you'd be so kind.
Councilmember Bagby,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
You're on mute, Vice Mayor Cruz.
I have a terrible headache. Aye.
Councilmember Lance,
Nay.
Councilmember Walter,
You know, I want to start at a 2. I don't want to start at a 1 and in 3 weeks have to jump to a 2. This is really a severe situation. So I'm voting yes.
and Mayor Turner.
I appreciate that it gives us more leverage to ensure that we uphold the expectations that have been created of us to stop new connections. And with that, the mayor votes yes.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and give us a recess here. We're at 10:06. Please return at 10:13. Thank you. You can just click your camera on so I can know that you're here. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Chief. And we'll call this meeting back to order. We are moving into new business, item number 11. And I believe our chief has some proposed solutions for addressing leash law violations and dangerous dog enforcement. David, will you be introducing the chief on this one?
Happy to do so, Mayor. The item tonight is consideration of some proposed alternatives to address leash law violations as well as dangerous dog enforcement. The alternatives were developed by Chief Ferguson in response to some community concerns that were brought forward to council and ultimately referred to the Finance, Admin, and Police Subcommittee. Recommendations that you'll see tonight are based on alternatives that were presented to the Finance, Admin, and Police Subcommittee to address the community concerns. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Ferguson to provide council with an agenda report.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before you is a staff report, like David said, it details the proposed options for addressing the leash law violations and the dangerous dog enforcement, which is in response to that March 10th council meeting, community members providing correspondence, addressing their concerns. You're being asked tonight, council, to review the proposed options and provide direction to staff, move forward with one of the options or provide alternative direction. The staff reports before you, I'm not going to go into too much of the detail that we addressed before. What I would like to do is kind of summarize what those options are, and I'll start with the community service officer. Really what that would entail is providing training for our community service officer. As it stands right now, she has animal control course, but she is not authorized to write citations. She would need a course that provides that through the California Penal Code. We do have her scheduled to attend that. And in the meantime, she has been going to the parks and around the city every 2 hours and kind of providing an education tool for those that she finds where their animals are off leash, but not really providing an enforcement at this point because she's not capable. If that were to take place, she will need to complete a modified training program that provides her the officer safety and the ability on how to complete a citation. Second option, it kind of goes part and part with the community service officer, and that's an education and public messaging piece. That's just something we're going to do anyway, but through Nixle Facebook and Cloverdale website, we provide educational messages, even create a pamphlet about leash laws, dangerous dogs, vicious dogs. And that's something we can certainly start right away, and we somewhat have using Teresa already. Another option here is to contract services with North Bay Animal Control. As you know, right now, the city currently has contract, but it's simply for the licensing aspect only. And the funds that are generated go directly to North Bay and nothing to the city at this point for the licensing component. What we would look to do here is do a full service contract with North Bay Animal Control Service. We did speak with Mark, the executive director of North Bay, Mark Scott. I believe he's here tonight too, if there's any questions. But what we talked to him about a proposed contract for a year. And what that looks like is we get full animal control services 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. on an annual basis with an officer assigned to the city at a cost of $48,000 a year, which equates to about $4,000 a month. Attached in this report is also the contract that Mark provided us for full animal control services, outlining what it includes. Another option was to talk to Mark about doing an extended multi-year contract as a cost-saving measure to the city. He was very generous in working with us on this. And we came up with a contract where you see the figures there for 4 years, year one beginning at $27,000 and the fourth year ending at $32,000. The only caveat to this is instead of 7 days a week, we get 5 days a week, Tuesday through Saturday, but there'll be a 24-hour-a-day on-call officer for the Sunday and Monday days that they would respond if needed. But other than that, we would still get those services on a 5-day-a-week basis. Everything you see in the contract that's attached would come inclusive with that for each of those years. And I did look for other cities who do contract with North Bay, and I believe it's listed in the staff report there. Healdsburg pays an annual expense for this service of $253,800, and Windsor currently pays $216,000 annually for a 3-year contract. That's per year for a 3-year contract. So you can see it's based on our population, based on our call volume of animal control services, why our fees would be lower than what you would see in those other cities. But one of the things that is important to mention here is that we do not have trained animal control officers here, and it creates somewhat of a potentially difficult situation for us in cases where a dangerous dog or vicious bite incident occurs and it has to be investigated. It hampers our ability to thoroughly investigate significant dog bites because the officers are limited in their abilities to do so. So there's an enormous benefit for contracting for full services that can handle every ounce of these issues that come up with animal control, and having somebody here visible who can also educate and enforce when they need to. This was brought forth at the April 5th Finance, Admin, and Police Subcommittee, and the subcommittee did support the multi-year contract at that time. And so I will, if anybody has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. I think most of what I've just covered is in the staff report.
Vice Mayor Cruz, please.
Where is this officer gonna come from when if we were to choose the 24-hour, the 2 days that they're not here?
They would most likely come from Healdsburg on the Sunday, Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And Councilmember Walter, please.
Thank you. You know, I have to say, I'm really not in favor with this program. You know, the whole situation came about because of 1 or 2 individuals letting their 3 dogs run in front of Ace Hardware. And I've observed that fella a few times doing that. And there are a few individuals that don't know how to train their dogs, and they let them off leash. As a result, we're doing something that I'm not in favor of, and that's bringing an outsider into Cloverdale to write citations. I'm not big on that. I would much rather see us do what you're suggesting here, education and public messaging, and send Teresa to school. I just don't like outsiders coming into Cloverdale issuing summons or writing citations.
If I may,
I feel about it. So,
if I may make a comment,
surely,
Councilmember. Okay. I understand completely where you're coming from, but do understand that that's just one element of the contract. And there's nothing that suggests they're going to come in here and just start citing at will on any circumstance. There's an educational piece to this. I think the benefit of something like this is all the other things that they offer that our officers are not either trained or equipped to handle, i.e. dog bite investigations. There's a significant amount of work that goes into this. There's the having to be able to capture the animal, transport the animal, This type of contract provides every ounce of that service. We're not technically set up for that type of service. And although our CSO has the training, she's not fully capable of doing a full-on investigation, being able to capture the animal. I want to add too that Mark Scott has been very generous to this community, even though the contract that currently exists is only for licensing. He has come out and assisted us multiple times. On one case, I can tell you where an individual had 7 dogs living in the back of their vehicle. He was very generous in coming out and helping us on how to address that, took possession of the animals, which would have all ultimately landed on our shoulders. And I'm not even sure how we would have been capable of handling that. He's also come out and assisted when there was a dog bite investigation. His expertise was invaluable in that regard. So I do understand where you come from, Councilmember Walter. I just wanted to address that that's one simple part of a much bigger overall picture for the community. And I will just add that from January of 2021 till March 6th of 2021, we did have 20 combined calls for service as it related to animals on the loose and/or animals off leash.
And I don't have a problem with them coming out to help, but the writing of the citations for the leash law, I do not like. They can do everything else, just not that. Now, you know, I mean, I walk my dog in the park and she has the leash on, but I know other people that have 10, 12-year-old puppies there that they let off the leash and they don't do anything except do their business and they're back on the leash. And I'd hate to see them being issued a summons because they didn't have their dog on a leash for 5 minutes. I just can't support that portion of the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Walter. Vice Mayor Cruz.
You know, I'm a dog owner, and I have met many kids who have trauma. My dog is harmless, but the thing is that even if he's on the leash, there are kids that are terrified. So we have to think of children and adults who are scared or have had some sort of negative experience with dogs. So it's not just coming and finding. You know, if we haven't done it to this day, when are we going to do it? In terms of, you know, having this control. And the thing is that I've been in council and I've received at least 3 letters of serious attacks. It's not just the guy with the 3 dogs by Ace Hardware. And the situation in your neighborhood, Councilmember Walter, with Jessica's dog being attacked on 2 occasions. So it's not just 1 or 2 incidents. There have been very many incidents here in town. So we have to be mindful of the people who have fear of dogs because of a terrible experience. But, you know, the other thing is that people are not picking up. People don't pick up. I need to ask Chief Ferguson, are they going to deal with the licensing of the dogs too? Or
They currently do that now under contract with the city. They already do the licensing component.
Right. So do we still have to send it somewhere, or can we just do it locally at the city hall so that it's not so complicated?
That's probably a question that Mark is here. He can probably answer, but I do want to just say one thing real quick for you. You talked about the students and kids. This part of this contract includes special events, programs, student outreach. So that's literally like maybe going on campus doing presentations. That's going to your citrus fair doing presentations. It's inclusive of those things. But Mark is here, and maybe Mark can answer that question that you had about the licensing component.
Thank you.
Are you there, Mark? I think you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, thank you for having me. I wasn't really planning on speaking, but we definitely have the licensing component, and you can go down to City Hall and pay your licensing there, or go online and pay it. Being in the actual city would definitely help us increase that licensing compliance portion of it. But I wanted to touch base on what the chief said. There's a lot of other things we do. We help with TNR when you have too many cats that are running around feral, or cats that are attacking your cats. We've come out and I think this last week there was a cat bite that neighbor cat bit them. And so we came out and quarantined that cat. You have to have that ability to quarantine an animal and then do the bite report, follow up with that. And then what do you do with it afterwards? Are we going to be able to TNR it? Are we going to find the owner? So there's many more components to just licensing and writing a person a citation. We rarely write citations. We would rather upgrade and talk to people educationally about the effects of having your dog on a leash. We do offer a educational component to our whole package, which is the kids and canines. We have a teacher who comes out and talks. She's been doing it on Zoom recently, but she does it for kindergarten and first graders. And it's called Kid and Canines, and it's a great program. It teaches them when to approach a dog, when a dog's eating out of a bowl. Should you pet it? Should you wait? So there's these other functions to what we actually offer than just an officer on scene.
May I ask, do you coordinate that with the school district?
Absolutely. All they would have to do is reach out to us, and we can connect our education department with the school department and let them go to work. It's as simple as making an appointment, in a sense of when to get together and have the Zoom class.
Quick question here, if I may. Mark, real quick, can you tell me about the work outside domesticated animals? What kind of services can you offer for any, like, for example, I kind of told a story, true story nonetheless, but I about 6-7 weeks ago, I saw a fawn run down Healdsburg Avenue, and I imagine that's majestic and beautiful, but what happens if it causes a problem? Are you guys able to support that at all?
So another great part of what we do is we've never been hey, we know it all. We totally work and have joined partnership with Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue. And so we talk with them and train with them and say, hey, how do we handle wildlife? Skunks, possums, squirrels, deer. What's the best course of action? If I pick up this injured deer, what do I do with it? Is it better to take it to a facility that can help it, or is it better to dispatch it on scene? If that's the best course of action for that particular situation. We can do all of those functions. If the deer is already deceased, in a sense, we pick those up so they're not laying on your streets as people are going to school or going to grocery shop, and you have to see that. You can just call us, and within a few minutes, an officer is on scene to take care of it.
And is that in the existing contract that's been put before us this evening, Mark, to the best of your knowledge?
In the previous contract, it is not. In this new proposal, it is.
Okay. So that could even have an indirect impact on our streets crew or our facilities crew who's otherwise picking up those deceased, unfortunate animals.
It's unfortunate. It happens. And the best thing you can do is just try to not have it impact, small children, because sometimes it's right in front of the schools and there's a dead possum and they got to, or someone's cat that they got to walk by to get to, school. And it's just always better if you can have someone handle it appropriately and then know what to do with it. If it is someone's, beloved animal that, needs to be returned to them so they can have closure. So that's another thing that we offer. And then there's cremation services. There's just a whole animal shelter experience.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. Council members, staff, any other questions for Mark or the chief based on the information in the report? Councilmember Bagby, please.
Yeah, Chief, I was wondering if you could give your input as far as, Teresa's feelings on this. I mean, I think that her skills are much better used in, interfacing with people. Not dogs. I just was wondering if you could, give any insight. I mean, and I know she's a dog lover, and I know that she doesn't, that she's, been handling, some of those incidents for us, but what are some other things that she could be doing if she doesn't have a full plate with animal enforcement?
Yeah, so we've already, it's an excellent question. We've already kind of approached that and thought about different measures that we could have her doing that are within her job description, such as like maybe now looking at some parking enforcement issues and things we can redirect, because now that she'll have the course, it makes her eligible to write citations, and that opens up a lot of doors for us with that position. But there's a big benefit in being able to have the ability to work an investigation that she currently can't do from start to finish. And so there's a huge benefit in that. But we have already discussed other avenues within her job description that could benefit the city very well.
How much would cost the training for Teresa?
So the training would only provide her, it's not expensive, it's a single course, but it would only provide her the ability to really write citations. But it doesn't give her any more authority or ability to fully investigate a righteous dog bite investigation. And I'm sure Mark doesn't probably want to speak anymore, but he could probably tell you that those are intensive, and there's a lot that goes into those. So it's not an expensive course. It's a one day.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, if we have a dog bite in town that's a serious case and we do an agency assist with Mark, approximately how much a year do we spend on these agency assists and things from his department? Do you have any idea at all?
So I'm going to let Mark step in for a minute, but I will just say that what I am aware of, the contract that currently is in existence is a licensing component only. And the funding that comes from those licenses are what's directly going to North Bay. He's been generous to assist us, but there's no contractual language that I'm aware of that says he comes out and handles those things.
Like with the, let's just use the sheriff's office. When we call for an agency assist, they send you a bill. Does the animal services do that same?
To my knowledge, we have not been billed for anything Mark has assisted us with.
And I understand both sides of this, and so don't get me wrong when I say anything I say at all, because I totally understand Gus's side and everyone else's, because I even had my own child mauled by a neighbor's dog when she was a baby. So I come at it from different angles. Teresa was there to help. I believe it was Mark that was there to help as well, to help Teresa through it. But I don't want in our community, which is about 60% 55 and over, everybody in Del Webb getting in trouble because they took their little Shih Tzu off of their leash and let it go run around a little bit. I'm just really against that even being an option. I would really hope that this, if it was ever passed through, was only for the aggressive dogs, the things that truly are necessary in a small community, not just to go out there and make money off of tickets.
And I don't think that's the intention here. I think the intention here is everything else that it provides. I think Mark explained it much like we do. There's discretion, and they certainly will use that discretion when they think it's necessary. But the example you gave does not negate the fact that you might have some blatantly violating, and their dogs are vicious and their dogs are problematic. There may very well be a time where enforcement of a citation is necessary. And I think they will make that decision appropriately. But I agree with what they'll most likely do is education. And I think there's a lot to be said about the visibility of that it's now taken a little more serious, and that people will think more about these types of incidents. And so I think there's a lot of benefit to that, just the visibility.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bagby, please.
Can I just clarify one quick thing?
Oh, sure.
Whenever a citation is written, that financial impact goes back to the city. It does not go back to North Bay. That is a direct impact to the city.
So if you write a citation and the chief goes, "Nah, we're good," does it die right there?
That would be up to the chief.
Understood. Thank you. Councilmember Bagby.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and kind of speak on behalf of the subcommittee that handled this, is consisting of the mayor and me. And this is the disadvantage of the subcommittee process, is that you're not seeing all of the information that we saw, and you're not getting the testimony that we saw. It wasn't just an incident of the person walking his dogs on Cloverdale Boulevard, without a leash. It was the reports of a couple of different neighbors who were attacked by a neighbor's dog as their dog was on a leash. They're walking past a neighbor's house, and their dog was in the front yard, not restrained at all. And it resulted in, a little tiny dog being mauled twice. The person's child being horrified and frightened of dogs. So it was interesting because, after these folks came forward, all of them to a one said, we don't want this to be the end of, we don't want you to go after, well-meaning, well-behaved people and dogs. That's not what this is about. Or, looking around at the park and saying, okay, there's nobody around and running your dog. They were saying, this is about dangerous dogs. And this isn't the first time that I had heard stories like this. I've been attacked twice by dogs in this town, walking different dogs. And two events were really scary. And I think I was really lucky that I and my dog were not badly injured. So I know that this is a problem. And so we're really talking about, people who are not taking responsibility for their dogs. It was interesting that the thing I had in common with Jessica when she was telling her story, I was like, yeah, I was walking in my neighborhood, walking my dog on a leash in my neighborhood when I was attacked by, a neighbor's dog that was uncontrolled. So that's the issue that we're talking about. And, after the mayor and I heard the input from the chief and heard the input from the residents who were just saying, we're interested in just being able to walk safely down our neighborhood street. That's what this is. This isn't about going crazy with leash laws and writing tickets, to people for, anybody who's caught. That's not what this is about. It's really about creating a safe place for people. This is dog town. Everybody, the majority of people on this council have a dog. Many people in this town have dogs, and the idea is making it a safe place to have and walk your dog, and to take your kid along for a walk and not feel like, it's a dangerous thing to go for a walk, in the morning or the afternoon or something like that. So, and I think that I think it's long past due that we have a contract like this, because I think that the liability for the city as well, the fact that we don't have somebody on staff who is able to investigate a dog, who's qualified to investigate a dog bite, and the other example too of 7 dogs in the back of someone's car. We don't have the facility to deal with that, and it's not unusual for us to contract out for services that we don't have the capacity to fulfill. I kind of, when Mark was talking about the Kids and Canines program, it's like the Bike Coalition coming up here and doing bike rodeos. It's like Sonoma Water coming up here to the classrooms and doing a day on water conservation, or doing a day on energy conservation. The other issue that we have in town is the feral cat issue, that it needs constant management. I don't know what you do if you have a cat bite. Thank goodness I haven't had to deal with one, but I think that it's a level of service that our community deserves, and I think that the price is right to provide this service to the community. Partner with people who are already doing a great job on the licensing for us, and I also think that it will protect the community from incurring risks from dog bites and cat bites and things like that. If we need the professional expertise if that kind of thing happens. So yeah, our subcommittee is recommending that we move forward with the updated contract, and that's just some of the background of the conversation. The testimony we received from the public, I think that the contract is really consistent with that. I think it's a great move for the police to just be able to contract out on a service that they don't have expertise in facilities, to provide. And I think it's really going to improve the quality of life for folks in Cloverdale, and maybe the quality of life for animals too. That would be great. So I'm supporting this. I think we should move forward with the contract.
Thank you, Councilmember Bagby. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Walter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Bagby, I agree with everything you said. Feral cats, vicious dogs, absolutely. Leash laws, I think that's something that, I would like to see us move forward and direct staff to send our community service officer to animal control so that she can write the citations for the leash laws. Everything else, fine. As far as I'm concerned, contract it out. And that's just the approach. Once we get a dog park in this town, it's a completely different ballgame. But right now, every Sunday morning, every Saturday morning, behind Jefferson School, behind Washington School, it's like a little dog park. And I'd hate to see those folks disappointed.
Well,
so
yeah, clean up after your dog and don't abuse the privilege.
What?
It said clean up after your dog and don't abuse the privilege.
Well, my dog's a little saint, so
use common sense.
That's just the way I feel, and and you're right. You mentioned about Sonoma Clean Power coming up and doing demonstrations, and the water agency. We're not talking about that. I mean, I'm talking about the issuance of a citation to somebody.
Well, and I think it should be. And
like
I think
the sheriff's department coming up.
I think I don't agree. I think that you're right. I think that I'm satisfied that I've heard from Mark that that's the last resort. It's really about education. And I really, really appreciate that approach. But at some point, when somebody just refuses to cooperate, there has to be a consequence. And I don't think it's inappropriate. As far as, I was referring to the education and outreach, the Bike Coalition doing the bike rodeos, and when we have other agencies come and do direct outreach to kids, it's about education and starting early. We do it's just a common practice that we already do, and I think that where animal control is concerned, it's appropriate for us to take that approach there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, so just, have I opened it to the public yet? Can someone remind me? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the public here. Anybody from the public wish to weigh in on this one? Please feel free to raise your hand. Looks like Christina, feel free to come on in.
Christina, you have the ability to talk. How about now?
Thank you. That worked. There's just something that I want to clarify because it's personal to me. Chief Ferguson, you mentioned that there was a person with 7 dogs in back of their vehicle. That was very personal to my family and for my daughter, my husband, also Council Member Land's daughter, his wife. And so I want to just clarify this for the record, because again, it was personal. And the reason that there was action done to those dogs was because we called PETA. And I have to state that because it was very frustrating that the Cloverdale Police Department was not able to respond at that moment. And I'm not saying this to shame or to put any fingers. I want to clarify that because it was that disturbing. So now it comes to light that the reason why there wasn't action was because we didn't know how to respond. Am I understanding that correctly? because that was very traumatizing.
No, I think the circumstances here are completely different. When we talk about responding and handling an investigation, we're talking about a dog bite, a dangerous dog type situation, a dog bite. Your situation, I'm fully aware of it. It is a different situation, but I do understand where you're coming from. But I was referring to being able to thoroughly investigate a dog bite situation. But nonetheless, whatever the circumstances that came out of that, Mark played a role in the outcome of that with those dogs. I do want to clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Was there anything else, Christina?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Irene, any other hands raised or anything like that?
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais. I'll say real quick here that yes, I was absolutely a part of the police finance and admin subcommittee that had this brought forward. And I made a comment then that I'll kind of repeat now. It was a leash incident that brought this to the forefront. It was all the other services that made me, that compelled me to align with the recommendation to bring this to council. Things I heard tonight that I felt were very comforting is ultimately it's the chief's discretion whether a citation is followed through or not. So, you know, when I asked Mark, and if I'm misunderstanding this, feel free to weigh in because it's helping with my decision here. But if Mark were to feel compelled to write a citation for somebody in town, it sounds like that information is presented to the chief. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. All
Okay.
citations would be reported to the police department.
So then we have an aspect here where there's been desire in our community to ensure that we support our police department to be able to perform the duties that we expect of them. The chief has brought forward this idea that would allow him to focus his officers' efforts elsewhere. And I too found myself with that twinge of concern about having a localized police department for a very real reason, that we get an opportunity to promote community-based policing. We get an opportunity to hire a chief who promotes that type of community-based policing. And when I thought to myself, am I relinquishing his authority or his autonomy to run that community-based policing in the way that he sees fit? The answers that I received tonight don't make me believe that I will. I don't believe that the chief will lose any level of authority to ensure that community-based policing is at the forefront of how he chooses to do business. And it's not my intent to speak on your behalf, Chief. I'm trying to offer observations here. So if anything you feel I've missed the mark, I always encourage your feedback and hope you're empowered to do so. So I didn't hear anything this evening that was going to strip your authority to be the Cloverdale Chief of Police, all the way down to a leash law citation. You are still the Chief of Police in the city of Cloverdale, and citations go out only when you give it the nod of approval, right? And so it will fall back on you, Chief, if things go a little out of hand, right? So you're going to set the expectations with this vendor as the Chief of Police in Cloverdale. That's my assumption in this. And so with that being said, I am comfortable in supporting this concept. I see some looks. I don't know if Susie knew she wasn't on mute, but she seems to maybe think otherwise. I'm totally open for input, but that's the way I saw it. And so, I'm ready to kind of support moving this forward for those reasons. And I'm totally open-minded to anything that people thought I might be misguided over.
Actually, if I may, Mr. Mayor, it actually opens up an opportunity for Teresa to do other things that she hasn't been able to do in terms of keeping our town in order in certain areas that we haven't had the time to address them.
Thank you. Councilmember Walter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the fact that the chief is going to have final review before he goes around giving out citations, I'll go ahead and support it. It's a one-year contract. We'll revisit it in a year. Is that correct, Chief?
It's an option. There's a multi-year contract option. There is also a single year option.
Okay.
The multi-year is cheaper for the city, just let you know.
Okay. Well, you know, as long as you've got the final review, I would still like to see Teresa extend her training so that she can be a little more productive and open it up to do other things as well. So
that's already done. She'll be doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
And may I ask about the contract? If we were to go with the multi-year, I understand that we could still pull out of the contract, right?
So how it's going to work now is if you choose to go the multi-year contract, Mark and I are going to get together. We're going to draft up the multi-year contract. We're going to bring it back to council. The current one-year contract exists with what I sent as an attachment that you could make a decision on today. But the multi-year, we're going to come back, write it up as a multi-year and come back to council with that.
And I take that, Jose, you would review that?
No, that's absolutely correct. And I think that the item today was just asking for direction. I think that even if it's the full contract, what's attached is just the proposed, and it's a proposed addendum of the contract, but we'll be looking at how it fits together with the agreement. But yes, there's usually termination clauses in whatever you enter into. I haven't looked at the termination clause, but we will.
Jose is correct. I misspoke. I'm sorry on the one-year contract.
Councilmember Walter, is that a legacy hand or do you have a new question? Oh, your hand went down. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah,
Any other questions or comments at this time?
Mayor, I just want to add on to Jose's comment. It's correct that tonight we're just seeking council's direction on your preferred alternative. Ultimately, we would bring back, if it's a one-year contract or a multi-year contract, we'd bring that back for final authority to execute an agreement with North Bay. In addition, I do just want to draw attention to the fiscal impact. This contract, isn't something that's currently budgeted, so it would require, either a budget amendment if we wanted to execute it prior to the fiscal year, or if we timed a contract to comport with fiscal year starting July 1, we would include an budget allocation in the proposed fiscal, next year 21-22 budget with the appropriate amount reflecting either a single year contract or a multi-year contract. But ultimately, it will come back to you for final execution, either a single year or multi-year.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to request that we consider a multi-year and to review the contract and cancellation options.
Okay, thank you. I hear any support for that?
I would agree. I think, after, Mayor and I had the advantage of getting the full presentation of this subcommittee and learning about all of the other services that are included, and also the cost break that we would get for the multi-year. I think that I would definitely support that, and I think that we're in a good position to do that because they've already, this organization has already been, such solid, providing really good service on the licensing and providing additional services because it was the right thing to do. And so, that's one of the reasons that I have a lot of confidence in going for the multi-year contract. And it saves us money for services that this community really needs.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody opposed? Nope, not hearing it. All right, David, do you have the instructions you guys need? Chief, you have what you need, buddy? All right. Thank you. Next item, please. We're going to get into subcommittee reports. And first we have finance, admin, and police. And, we just dove into the meat and potatoes of what we got into the last meeting. So thanks again, Chief, for all that. And our next meeting is scheduled for May the 3rd, this coming Monday. It'll start at 5 p.m. And we continue to work on reopening plans. Planning and sustainability, please.
Our next meeting is on June 15th. And I believe did I just see Irene? So I took a peek at the draft agenda. We're going to be talking about the Bay Rend water shortage financing program. So yeah, that's going to be on the agenda. So hopefully we'll bring the council some and the community some good information on that.
Public Works, please.
Next meeting will be May 25th at 5 p.m.
Thank you. Joint City Fire, please.
It will be June 14, and I'm hoping that the city manager will have follow-up conversation with Senator McGuire's office regarding some funding for Bateman.
Okay, thank you. Joint City School, please.
Next meeting is May 17th at 5 o'clock. And I'm hoping that the city and the school have some collaboration regarding some issues they've had lately. And I have the next one with the Homeless Community Advisory Group. The next meeting is the 11th of May at 1 o'clock. And I have been working with all of our county leaders to try to get some answers for questions for our homeless problems we have.
Excellent, thank you, Councilor Lyons.
Mr. Mayor, regarding that, Councilmember Walter and I have been working in the county ad hoc committee, and I understand that Councilmember Lance will be also joining the meeting tomorrow.
Excellent.
That's correct.
Does that get us in any issues of a quorum there, Mr. Sanchez?
Yeah, 3 council members should not be together at any committee, other than if it is a standing committee, which I don't think this is. That's when another committee member could go and not say anything. But are there going to be 3 council members participating?
I will not be there tomorrow.
Oh, it's
okay. There we go.
I will be at the coffee with the mayor.
Oh yes, thank you, Gus. I do appreciate you covering me for that. Truly appreciate that. Thank you. So that takes care of our quorum issue.
Yeah.
Well, thank Kevin too. He's going to join me.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes.
But can Councilmember Lance also attend to listen?
Yeah, we will. Let me take a look at how the formation. Let me look again at the formation of the committee, because I know that in some instances, folks are kind of asked to kind of do as alternates, for example. But if they're set members, that's kind of tough without kind of an alternate list of, okay, this is an alternate. But let me take a look at the makeup. But yeah, if it's just to listen, then there's no discussion or anything like that. But we could take a look at that real quick. Tomorrow I'll contact David so we could figure out kind of how the committee was formed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to move us into council reports. We got Councilor Bagby's in writing. The only thing that I'd like to add is, David, help me. I'm always going to lean on you with this stuff. We met with James Gore last Thursday. And Councilmember Lands joined, and the big topic of discussion was our Cloverdale city pool. And the updates that I'd like to offer at this time suggest that the pool season, they've offered us some cautious optimism, would you call it, David? They're pretty cautiously optimistic that the pool will open up on time. I believe Memorial Day was even considered as part of that. They've received the funding to do what they're calling X-ray work to look at some of the piping that's not quite mapped in their plans in order to address the overlying issue of getting the pool heated so that the pool season can be expanded. So I'm led to believe the pre-work will happen before the pool season starts. They want to open up the pool season on Memorial Day, and then after the pool season has ended, they want to move into the next steps of their engineering work, I believe. And we've been giving, again, cautiously optimistic date of a solarized pool by 2022. And David, is there anything I maybe oversimplified or might have missed out of that? Councilmember Lands, feel free to weigh in as well. You were there with me. I just kind of wanted to give a brief update on that.
Mayor, I think you covered it. Supervisor Gore was opining that there's also an opportunity to look at ways we could expand access to the pool to the greater community, including looking at possibility of local control and management as maybe as part of our recreation program. But I think at least our immediate interest is really getting the pool open for this next summer pool season and getting the pool heating project completed, and then looking long term, what are some options that we could bring forward to council for you to consider in terms of the long term management of the pool. And we have to be very cognizant that the pool is part of the veterans building, and they have a lot of say in how the building and the pool is utilized.
Excellent. Thank you, David.
Mr. Mayor,
real quick, Vice Mayor, I apologize only because Councilmember Walter did put his hand up, and then you can go next, I promise.
Okay.
Councilmember Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to remind staff of the Sync Foundation grant that we usually get every year. And Tom just likes to have a little note sent to him to remind him. And I'm sure the mayor can sign a little reminder note, and Tom will step forward with that grant. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Walter. Apologize, Vice Mayor Cruz. Please go right ahead.
Yeah, actually, I am so tired. I think I lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. We need to make sure that we do remind the public that we are not in control of the pool as of yet, that this is run by the county and by the Y. Also, we don't have a recreation program per se, and we don't have the personnel at this moment to say that we do. So it's wishful thinking. We need to keep on that route to make sure we do have a program down the road.
Thank you.
But I'm going to nominate Hector as the lifeguard.
There you go. That's good. All right. Any other verbal reports to add to the written that we've received? All right. Seeing none, that moves us into informational reports. I don't see anything on here. All right. Legislative reports, please. Looks like we have a request for letter of support for SB 612 electrical corporations and other load serving entities allocation of legacy resources.
Mayor, council members, I'll introduce this item, and then I'd like to ask Councilmember Bagby to weigh in as our representative on Sonoma Clean Power's board of directors. The item tonight is a request to support Senate Bill 612. Senate Bill 612 addresses what is considered some inequities regarding what's called the PCI charge. It's the power charge difference adjustment, and that relates between the PCI fee is something that your heritage utility providers charge to CCAs for the legacy contract. The CCAs, like Sonoma Clean Power, were kind of late to the market, so to speak, and were able to negotiate more favorable contracts for electrical power. And what the traditional utilities have done is try to pass the higher costs of those old legacy contracts onto the new CCAs for customers. And what the Senate Bill 612 is asking is an amendment to kind of remedy what CCAs perceive as some inequities in that charge, in that adjustment fee that impacts their ability to provide lower cost service that's based on their new contracts that they negotiate with power producers. And again, I'll ask Councilmember Bagby if she, this came through Sonoma Clean Power, if she has a different background that she'd like to offer on why this request for support.
Well, it's late. I'll make this short. As usual, city manager was very, very diplomatic. This letter of support is really a no-brainer. It is just basically it's the audacious suggestion that the PCIA charge, which is, I kind of think of it as the divorce settlement, when we kind of left PG&E. Basically, the judge said, okay, this is California, it's a community property state, you have to split everything 50-50. And the PCIA is like one of the spouses being able to say, okay, yeah, I'll split 50% of my assets, but I'm not going to show you how I came to that number. And that is the inequity that every Sonoma Clean Power and every CCA customer in California deals with. I mean, the fact is that if we did not have a PCIA, the Sonoma Clean Power's power rates would be about 35% lower than they are now. Right now, because of the PCIA, because PG&E gets to set just an arbitrary, they do not have to show their work as to how they arrive at the PCIA, for one thing. That just, and of course they want to keep that a secret. So we don't even know what they're really paying for their legacy contracts. And so, at Sonoma Clean Power right now, we're only able to keep rates a couple of percentage points below PG&E rates. If we didn't have the PCIA, they'd be our energy rates what we would pay for electricity would be about 35% lower. We'd be far more competitive. And the reason is that CCAs are better at buying power contracts. End of story. So this is a real no-brainer for the city of Cloverdale to sign on as one of the cities who's a member of Sonoma Clean Power. And I think it's appropriate for the mayor for the city manager and the mayor to write a letter of support and send it off.
Any objection? Hearing none, consider it done. David will work on that in the next couple of days. All right, we're going to move on to city manager, city attorney reports. I see nothing on here. Anything you guys would like to add? Got a no from Jose, no from Dave. Excellent. Status on update on current impacts to water supply. I think we covered that pretty heavily earlier in the agenda. Anything you'd like to add, Mark?
Start saving water now.
Thank you, sir. Status update on current emergency discussion and possible direction related to COVID-19. Any updates for us, Mr. Kelly?
Mayor, just a brief update. I just want to say that the county continues to meet milestones relative to vaccinations. As of Wednesday, or as of today, a total of 437,000 vaccines have been administered to Sonoma County residents. So we've almost hit our population target, but 185,000 have been fully vaccinated and 78,000 partially vaccinated. So that means about 45% of our population of 16 and older is now fully vaccinated, while 64% have received one dose. So I think that's a real good numbers in terms of getting folks vaccinated. Vaccinations are now open to all residents and over. We also, as of last Friday, Food and Drug Administration did recommended pause on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So, that will now be available. And then there needs to be the transition to reopening with the target date of June 15th. And I'm not sure what's going to be left once we hit that target date in terms of the tier structure. It's unclear, though there still seems to be some interest in continuing some of the preventative measures like wearing the masks, etc. At this point, that really concludes my report. I did want to mention that we continue to make progress on our reopening plan. We're working towards being able to reopen City Hall. We don't have a date for it yet. We're continuing continuing to make progress. We'll hope to provide a report to council in the near future on a specific date as we target reopening.
Thank you, David. You did have some connectivity issues there, so I just want to make sure I heard correctly. Vaccine numbers continue to increase. I think it was about 180,000 you said are fully vaccinated. You also mentioned that we continue to meet milestones towards reducing our tier status here in Sonoma County. You mentioned that the FDA paused Johnson & Johnson, and they have not redetermined where they want to go with that just yet. We're kind of awaiting updates. And lastly, you mentioned that you're continuing to work through your plan to reopen City Hall. And while you do not have a set date at this time, it sounds like one is relatively forthcoming. Did I capture that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I do appreciate that. Any questions or comments for our city manager at this time? Vice Mayor Cruz, please.
Yes, just to give you an update that on Saturday, there was a pop-up vaccination at Family Apartments, and that this Sunday, after the Spanish Mass at St. Peter's, there will be another pop-up vaccination. You don't need an appointment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Councilman Lands, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Mr. Kelly, I was trying to hear, but I couldn't hear very well with the communications. They're saying tonight that Sonoma County should be going into the yellow tier by May 15th. How does that affect our reopening plan and effectively get our doors open?
We lost you, Tom.
No, did you hear him okay, David? I heard him okay. You want me to?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Well, I think that's excellent news as we continue to progress in the tier structure. We attended a webinar provided by Myers-Nave today. They're just, we're working through the logistical issues for reopening and addressing that through the reopening plan. That was what was reinforced today, was that reopening plan. And I think after we're able to complete some of the key improvements to City Hall that we identified in the reopening plan, we'll be transitioning, opening up the doors at City Hall with the understanding that we're gonna do it. It doesn't mean an immediate reopening, complete full time. It'll be a phased approach as we transition back to with the goal of a full reopening, but we're going to do it, safely, healthily as we, ensure we address the health requirements with our employees.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. And then Gus just let me know he's having some connectivity issues. He says he can hear us, but he can't quite speak. Any other questions or comments for David before I move on to the next item? Okay, and then let me just ask Gus if he has any future agenda items. Oh, he heard me. He yelled up from downstairs. No, he doesn't. So for the record, I said out loud, Gus, do you have any future agenda items? He heard me from downstairs, yelled upstairs. No, he does not. So council members, anybody else have any future agenda items, anything like that? Beautiful. Let me just say real quick here that you guys are doing a good job. Another really good report. I know it's not easy to talk about shortages and things that we have to kind of roll into that really do have a direct input on the community. And I know that I personally trust the information that's put before me when I read it in staff reports. And I just want to thank everybody on the call and everybody who supports y'all that gets us the information that we need, that your work does not go unnoticed. With that being said, allow me to adjourn our meeting. Our next city council meeting will be, let's see here, May the 12th. It will start at 5 p.m. via Zoom. Forgive me, I misspoke. It will start at 6 p.m. via Zoom on May the 12th. And with that, you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you all so much.